agreement, and there may be continuance requests and other matters that will shorten the list for today. Once we do that, then we'll hear from the administrator to see if in fact there are additional matters to be stricken from the list. Again, I'm Kenneth Woodson, board chair.
Ralph Pincus, board member.
Steve Pettit, board member.
Roger S. Tennant, senior board member.
Ken Washington, board member.
Ryan McSherry, board counsel.
Richard Wade, board administrator.
Okay, thank you very much. I will call on the law department. Is there one person who will be representing the law department to share matters that have been resolved or continuous requests, etc.?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Mary Costello on behalf of the law department.
Good afternoon.
I do have numerous.
Oh, Ms. Costello, before you start, just one thing, I'd like to announce to everyone assembled. If your name is, please listen closely because your name may be called, your case may be called. And so it's good for you to hear that. And if in fact it is heard, then you excuse from the hearing. Okay, thank you. Mr. Costello, my apologies.
So the first case is case number 1. That's appeal HA 2020-001132. Matt Mullen, Platinum Construction and Development. That case has been resolved by agreement, and that agreement has been sent to the board.
Okay, and that agreement is there Mr. Adler present or someone representing that company? Do you know, Ms. Costello?
I know that Ms. Skiles is present, and she is the attorney who worked on the agreement.
Okay, traditionally, the board votes to affirm the conditions of the agreement. Is someone able to share that?
Yes, I can share the terms of the agreement. So this involves a
You have to identify
violations.
yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You have to identify yourself.
Yes, sorry, Amy Skiles on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay.
So this case involved suspension of a contractor's license as well as fines for violations of Title IX of the Philadelphia Code. Mr. Adler, along with his client and the city have come to an agreement. All of those terms have been laid out in the written agreement that I sent to the board, but Mr. Mullen has agreed to pay the full amount of fines, which were $8,000, and has agreed to a 2-month suspension of his contractor's license, and that suspension will begin September 1st of 2023.
Okay, thank you very much. Regarding then HA-2020-001132, Matt Mullen, Platinum Construction and Development, 2053 Watkins Street. City affirm per the agreement between the parties.
City affirmed per agreement between the parties.
City affirmed per agreement between the two parties.
City affirmed per the agreement between the two parties.
City affirmed per the agreement between the two parties.
Thank you very much. Okay,
And next, Chairman Woodson, I have case number 2. That's appeal number HA 2021-000287. Kenmar Properties Partners, care of Axe Christian Transitional Services. That matter is moot complied.
move complied. Thank you very much.
I have number 4, HA 2021-004653, Celtic Conversions LLC. That was a joint continuous request by both Attorney McCabe and the City of Philadelphia.
Okay, that matter will be continued.
Number 5, appeal number HA 2021-004943, Bride of Frankens Simmons LLC. That was a continuance request by Attorney Mattioni that is not opposed by the City of Philadelphia. That is their first continuance request.
Okay, that matter will be continued.
Number 7, appeal number HA 2021-005214, Kentucky Holdings LLC. There has been an agreement on this matter. It's a city affirm with a 30-day stay of enforcement.
Okay, all righty. We will then poll the board regarding HA-2021-005214, Kentucky Holdings LLC, 2234 North Bancroft Street. city affirmed per the agreement between the parties.
If I may, before I vote, was that agreement also forwarded to the board?
I believe that it will be forwarded. The attorney that working on this matter is on the call right now. And I believe he is going to forward it. Attorney James Kelly.
Good afternoon, members of the board. James Kelly for the city of Philadelphia. This agreement was just reached a few minutes ago, so this will be sent over to the board as soon as possible.
Okay,
Very
Thank you very
good.
much.
Thank
Excuse me,
you.
Mr. Chair, a quick
Yes.
question.
Yes,
Did she just read that is city affirmed with a 30-day stay?
yes,
Okay. But
yes.
you didn't say that, so I just wanted to
Yeah.
put that.
Thank you very much. I was probably exercising a shortcut. But please continue to vote.
My vote is city affirmed by agreement with a 30-day stay of enforcement.
Thank you.
City affirmed by agreement with 30-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per the agreement of a 30-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per the agreement with a 30-day stay enforcement.
Thank you very much.
Next is number 8. That's appeal number HA 2021-005216, Bulk Boy LLC. This is the same. There's been an agreement for a city affirmed 30-day stay of enforcement.
Okay, thank you. We'll now poll the board regarding HA 2021-005216, Bulk Boy LLC, 2208 North Natrona Street, city affirmed with a 30-day stay of enforcement per the agreement.
City affirmed per agreement with a 30-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per agreement with the 30-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per the agreement of a 30-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed with a 30-day stay of enforcement per agreement.
Thank you very much.
Next is number 9. That's appeal number HA 2021-005217, Kentucky Holdings LLC. That is the same with a city affirmed 30-day of enforcement agreement.
Okay, thank you. Let's poll the board regarding HA 2021-005217, Kentucky Holdings LLC, 2231 North Gratz Street, city affirmed 30-day stay of enforcement per the agreement.
City affirmed per agreement with a 30-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per the agreement with 30-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per the agreement of a 30-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed 30-day stay of enforcement per agreement.
Thank you.
Next is number 10, HA 2021-005541, Andy Goksaj. And that matter is moot complied.
Who complied? Okay, thank you. We would noted it on our sheet as listed in error, but we will change that to move compliant. Thank you.
And the next is number 12, that's appeal HA 2022-000494, Ahmed Abdullah. That matter is also moot complied.
Move compliant. Thank you very much.
Next, number 14, appeal HA 2022-000644, Frank A. Wilson. That matter is moot complied.
Move compliant. Thank you.
Number 15, appeal HA 2022-000766, James Polina. I believe that matter has been withdrawn.
Withdrawn. Okay, thank you.
Number 17, appeal HA 2022-000871, LaGuira Incorporated. That matter has also been withdrawn.
Withdrawn. Thank you.
18, appeal HA 2022-000875, the Tustin Group. That matter was withdrawn.
Withdrawn. Thank you.
Next is 22, appeal HA 2022-001128. That's 1415 West Allegheny LLC. That matter is moot complied.
Move compliant. Thank you very much.
And just to clarify, for number 15. It was the underlying violations that have been withdrawn, and they have been withdrawn by the city.
Okay, thank you. Withdrawn by city, okay.
Back to number 22, HA 2022-001128-1415 West Allegheny LLC. That matter is moot complied.
Move complied, thank you.
Number 23, HA 2022-001135. That matter is moot complied.
Move complied, thank you.
Number 26, HA 2022-001337, William J. Gadziala. That matter is moot complied.
Move complied, thank you.
Number 28, HA 2022-001383, Thomas Kulinka. I'm so sorry, I'm going to butcher his last name. It's Thomas J. Kulinkowitz. And there is a 30-day stay of enforcement agreement in place, and I did forward that agreement to the board.
Okay, would you spell that last name for the record, please?
It's KOLENKIEWICZ.
Okay, thank you.
And it's a city affirmed 30-day stay of enforcement agreement.
30-day stay. Thank you. City affirm, okay. We will poll the board regarding HA 2022-001383, Thomas J. Kiewicz. 6701 Tulip Street. City affirmed 30-day stay per agreement.
City affirmed per agreement, 30-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed 30-day stay of agreement per the agreement.
City affirmed 30-day stay of enforcement per the agreement.
City affirmed 30-day stay of enforcement per agreement.
Thank you very much.
Next is number 30, that's appeal HA 2022-001446, Carrie Simmons. That matter is moot complied.
Move complied, thank you so much.
33, appeal HA 2022-001554. That's LLR sponsor co-invest LP. That matter was withdrawn.
Okay, so notice withdrawn.
I'm sorry, I'm Kyrie Simmons. What do you mean by no compliant?
Oh, excuse me, sir. Which matter are you referring?
I think he's number 30.
That means that the matter has been resolved to the satisfaction of the Department of Licenses and Inspections.
All right, thank you.
So your matter is taken care of, so you can excuse yourself if you like.
Appreciate it.
Okay, let's presume.
Number 33, HA 2022-001554, LLR sponsor co-invest VLP. That matter was withdrawn.
Withdrawn, noted.
Number 35, HA 2022-002546, Andrew Jones. That matter has been withdrawn by the appellant.
Okay. Thank you.
Number 36, appeal HA 2022-002573, Mario Ruzzi. That matter is moot complied.
Moot complied. Thank you.
And number 39, appeal HA 2022-004990, Nicolas and Antonio Giannis. That matter has been complied.
Complied.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
And I believe that is the end of my list, but there are perhaps resolutions for additional cases if Ms. Curley.
Okay, Ms.
would like to
Curley?
address those.
Ms. Curley, are you present with us today?
Yeah, I'm sorry, board. I have I think they're the last three matters listed on the list for Rook LLC. It's my understanding that all three of those matters were withdrawn by the appellant.
Okay, we need you to read them into the record, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't have the list in front of me. Gonna have to give
Okay,
me a minute.
Mr. Wade, would you do that then, please?
Yes. They're not the last three matters, but they are 40 through 42.
Okay,
Case number 40, hearing appeal number HA 2022-002 Rook LLC, 6029 Elmwood Avenue.
Okay, that's noted as withdrawn.
Correct.
Okay,
Case number 41, hearing appeal number HA 2022-002302, Rook LLC, 6029 Elmwood, also withdrawn. And
Okay.
case number 42, hearing appeal number HA 2022-002303, Rook LLC, 6029 Elmwood, also marked as withdrawn.
okay, thank you very much. Okay, are there any other matters that the law department wishes to bring? I guess Ms. Skiles, I see your hand up.
Yes, good afternoon. Amy Skiles on behalf of the City of Philadelphia. I have two additional matters that have been resolved. Number 37, that's HA 2022-003824. The appellant is Reverend Dawn Presbury, and that's 5511 Springfield Avenue. That matter is moot complied.
Okay, number 37, move comply. Okay, thank you very much.
And then also number, I believe it's 38, yes, 38, HA 2022-004209. The appellant is Abraham Linder. The address is 2518 North 29th Street. We have resolved this by agreement. That agreement was forwarded to the board, but the agreement is a city affirm stay of enforcement until February 15th, 2023.
February 15th,
Yes.
2023. Okay, stay of enforcement and city affirmed. Okay, we'll poll the board regarding HA 2022-004209 Abraham Linder Jr., 2518 North 29th Street. City affirmed stay until February 15th, 2023 per agreement.
City affirmed per agreement. Enforcement stayed until February 15, 2023.
City affirm its stay of enforcement till 15th of February per the agreement.
City affirms stay of enforcement until February 15th, 2023, per the agreement.
City affirm 30 days, no, I'm sorry, stay of enforcement until 2/15/2023. City affirm.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else with a matter that we need to resolve before we move on?
Yes, good afternoon, Board. Dejane Davis on behalf of the City of Philadelphia. I have two matters that I would like to bring to the board's attention before we proceed with the list.
Yes.
Drawing your attention to case number 13 on the list, HA 2022-00-536 Lorank Construction LLC.
Yes.
The city was able to come to a resolution regarding this matter. So with that, we'll be asking for a city affirm with a stay of enforcement, which will be 4 months from now, which would be May 31st, 2023. Per that agreement, there is also going to be a 3-month suspension with regards to the license at issue, and the appellant has agreed to pay a fine amount totaling $9,000.
Okay.
Yeah, we have just come to that agreement, and I'll be sure to get the agreement to the board as soon as possible. We just came to
Okay.
that right before the hearing.
Okay, is appellant's counsel present?
Good afternoon, Mr. Woodson. Mark Coppolis for Lauren Bedjalari. I am present, and Ms. Davis is correct. We agree to those terms.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Let us now poll the board regarding HA 2022-000536 Lorank Construction LLC. That's 611-613 Emily Street. City affirm with the state of enforcement to May 3rd, 2023 per agreement.
It's I'm sorry, Chairman, it's May 31st.
May 31st, my apologies. I will restate my vote. City affirm with the state of enforcement until May 31st, 2023 per the agreement between the parties. Mr. Pincus?
City affirmed per agreement between the parties stay of enforcement until May 31st, 2023.
City affirmed per the agreement, stay of enforcement till May 31st, 2023.
Thank you.
City affirmed per the agreement, stay of enforcement until May 31st, 2023.
Thank you.
City affirms stay of enforcement until 5/31/23 per agreement.
Thank you very much. Do we have anything else?
Yes, and I also would like to draw the board's attention to number 34 on the list. That is L&R Mechanical, Inc. I have been contacted by counsel who's representing the corporation who is present. Ms. Rimple is on the screen. If you can see her, there was a request and the city has no objection, a request for continuance, and the city has no objection to the continuance request.
Okay, this matter will be continued, but we'll note that in the record, but I would like counsel for the appellant to note his appearance.
I am counsel for appellant. I will make sure to do that. Thank you very much.
We'd like your name to go on the record, please.
Rachel Rempel on behalf of L&R Mechanical, Inc.
Okay, thank you very much. Would you spell your last name, please?
For Rempel, it's R-E, M as in Mary, P as in Patrick, E-L.
Okay, Eleanor, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, just for verification, that is a continuance request.
yes, that's a continuous request.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think Mr. Cohen has his hand raised. Mr. Cohen?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually have two continuances to put on the record. Let's
Okay.
start with number 27, which is the Raza Property Group, Inc. I know Joseph Consul, attorney for Raza Property Group, Inc. is here on the call.
Okay,
This is case number HA 2022-001341.
okay, and that's a continuous request. With counsel for the appellant, just put his name on record, please.
Good afternoon, Board. Joseph Consul for the appellant.
Okay,
And this is a joint request of both parties.
Yes, sir.
thank you. All righty, thank you very much. That's noted as continued.
Thank you very much.
All right.
And I do have one further matter, number 19, HA 2022-000911. That's the appellant Walter Ulatowski. He had over email to board counsel Ryan McSherry requested a continuance, and the city over email indicated it had no objection, but would ask that this case be listed as must be tried at the next hearing.
Okay, so noted, it will be listed as continued with the must be tried in the file.
Thank you very much, members of the board.
Okay, thank you. And now I notice as David Coletta has his hands up. Mr. Coletta, how may we help you?
Yes, I do. I'm for my sister's property at 2547 South Broad. She had sent in an
Well,
email.
just
for-
one moment, sir. Let me find it.
I'm
Who's
sorry, number
representing the
20,
city?
21.
Okay, who's representing the city in this matter? Just want
Good
to make sure.
afternoon, Dejanay Davis on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, ready? And sir, your name is again,
David Coletta.
and your relationship to this property?
She's my sister, and I also have power of attorney to do things for the property for her.
Okay, in this instance, sir, if she can't be present, then you'll need to hire an attorney. You won't be permitted to represent her in these hearings. Either the owner or legal counsel must be present. Okay,
I've always done it before.
you may have, but you've never done it before the Board of License and Inspections Review.
Yeah, yes, I have, but
Oh,
we were on it.
okay.
Yes, before Zoom started, yes. Because the papers filled out, but she only wanted the continuance because my father got killed and she's out of the country with my mother for another couple of weeks.
Okay, well, let me hear from the city. Do you have any objection to the continuance request?
No, the city has no objection to the continuance request.
Okay, Ms. Coletta, we note the record as being the continuance request has been approved. But if she is not available when you return, you must have an attorney represent her interests. Okay,
Mr. Chair, if
All
I
right,
may,
thank you.
yes, sir,
Mr.
Mr.
Chair.
Sten. Yes,
in reference to number 21, it has Mr. David Coletta listed here as an Esquire.
I think that's a
No.
mistake.
That's a mistake.
Thank you.
Power of attorney. I only have power of attorney just for the building.
Okay, thank you, sir. So the record has been corrected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I forget, but we may have had instances with a POA, a power of attorney, that, and I guess this might be a question for Mr. McSherry, but if the POA is submitted and reviewed, have we allowed those cases to be heard in the past?
If I may, it has been brought to my attention that the city has heard cases in which a power of attorney has been presented to us. I just haven't been presented with those documents. So if Mr. Coletta could send those documents to the city, that would be great.
I sure can. Could you give me your email?
Let's do that in the chat portion of, please. Put it into the chat, Ms. Davis. Mr. Coletta, check the chat out. Mr. McSherry, do you have any advice for us in this matter?
I do not at the time. No, I mean, could we actually jump into the breakout room? I just wanted to discuss it a little bit more in detail.
Okay, let's do this then. Mr. Kelly, we're going to go off the record for 5 minutes. Okay, thank you so much. We're now back on the record, and we were in the midst of resolving temporarily issues regarding HA-2022-000964, 2547 South Broad Street. It's the collective decision of the board, Mr. Coletta, that you should submit that power of attorney to Ms. Davies and give her the opportunity to review it. And if she is comfortable that it meets the law department standards, then you can represent her. So submit that to her. I mean, showing it to me on the screen won't help.
No,
So-
I understand. I'm not real savvy with any of this.
Okay.
I'm very good if I'm in the courtroom, but I'm not used to the devices and things. So if she tells me where to send it, I'll send it right now.
Yeah, I think she put it in the chat. Did you see her address in the chat, sir? It should be there. At the bottom of your screen, there should be a word that says chat. Click on chat, and her email address should be noted there.
It is, Mr. Chairman. I just saw it.
Okay, Mr. Coletta, if you don't see it, then what I'd ask you to do is, after the hearing, call the administrator of the board, and they can help you get that information.
And what is that young lady's name?
The attorney involved is Dejanay Davis.
Dejanay Davis. And I believe I sent you an email with regards to the city's exhibits today. So, but if you didn't get that email, I will resend you another email. So
Can
that
you
way,
just quickly give me your phone number and then I'll get out of your hair?
yes,
And
I can be.
I'll pull over and get it all from you after the hearing and all.
Yes, I can be reached at 267 667 6391.
6391. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Mr. Coletta, just one further thing. Should your sister be available at the date of the next hearing? She should be present.
She will be. I mean, unless I get killed, and then I don't know.
Thank you.
We've been having some issues in the family, everybody dying off.
Okay, our condolence to you and your family. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Okay, alrighty. Miss Amy Skiles, you have your hand up.
Yes.
All right.
Good.
Excuse me, I'm leaving now. I'm
Yes, you
sorry.
leave. Yes,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
Good afternoon, Amy Skiles on behalf of the city of Philadelphia. Once again, I just wanted to bring to the board's attention, number 24. Appellant is Gerald Boyce. He had let me know in the chat privately. This case involves an LLC and he does not have an attorney present today.
Okay, and actually that was noted in an executive session. And so is Mr. Boyce present now? Mr. Boyce present?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I see a blank page.
Yeah, I'm using someone else's computer. I don't know how to turn it, the screen on.
Well, Ms. Skiles, we will continue this matter, and that's regarding HA-2022-001281, 1825 Diamond Street. We'll need to continue that. We can't hear it today. Mr. Boyce, your matter is being continued to give you an opportunity to hire an attorney.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Skiles.
Okay, have a good afternoon.
Bye.
Okay, is anyone else? Okay, there may be one or two more items that I'll need to review with you. Just one moment, please. Okay, we do have an issue with number 44, which is Alicia Clark. And that's 2125 West Cambria Street. Who's representing that matter? That's HA-2023-000138.
Hi, my name is Laisha Clark. I'm the tenant.
Okay, Miss Alicia Clark, you are a tenant in this building. You're not the owner. You're a resident. Is that it?
Yes,
Okay. Would you pronounce your first name, please?
Laisha.
Aisha Clark. Okay. We were concerned that this was a LLC ownership and legal counsel would be required. So Miss Nakia Clark, we will proceed when it's called, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, I just want you to, there are two Clarks on opposite sides of this matter.
Yeah, two Clarks.
I will, for sake of clarity, just note that there's no relation. Is that correct, Miss Nakia Clark?
That's correct.
Okay, so there's no conflict in this matter.
No.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll call it when we will hear it when it's called. Thank you. And just one other matter. I know we had potentially one issue with timeliness, but I think it has been resolved.
I think it's one of the cases that was withdrawn, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Yep. Just wanted to make sure that my notes are correct. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Wade, let us now call our first case then.
That brings us to case number 3.
Yes.
Hearing appeal number HA 2021-002-639. Carwithin Lot Partners LP, 2032 East Stella Street.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jeffrey Cohen, attorney for the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, Mr. Cohen, and who's representing the appellant?
I'm not certain. I believe it was Julie Negavon, an attorney who filed the appeal. I believe an attorney, Howard Snito, had emailed the board to say that he had entered. I'm not sure as co-counsel or as what. I'm not sure if he's here at the moment.
Okay.
Are either Julie Negavon or Howard Snito present?
It doesn't appear that
There's an iPad, someone attempting to speak but is muted.
Oh,
there we go.
hello. Hello, this is Howard Snitow. I am an attorney and 51% owner of the subject property, along with my daughter, who is a 49% owner.
Actually, that brings the city to its first matter. There is an issue of standing. Carwithin Lot Partners, it does not have standing to bring this appeal because it is not an owner of this property. The property is owned by Pensco Trust, and as an offer of proof, the city has included the deed as part of its exhibits packet. But Carwithin Lot Partners, as far as the city understands, does not have an interest in this property and would not be able to bring the appeal.
Okay, sir, would you just for a moment before we get started, give us your full name, sir, and you representing your interest as the part owner of which location?
I am the attorney and owner of the premises 2034 East Stella Street, which is the subject property. My co-counsel made a clerical error and used the name Carwithin Lot Partners, which has a lot right across the street. And she was doing work on that and did not use the proper name, but the registered owner is here. I am the registered owner and I am representing the registered owners.
Okay.
In point of fact, Mr. Snitow, you are not the registered owner, Mr. Snitow.
Mr. Cohen, wait a minute. Before you get started, I got one other preliminary matter before you start. What should, sir, what are you representing? Who should be noted as the appropriate appellant?
The appropriate appellant would be the registered owner of the property as shown on the deed.
And at this point, the city must object. we are now over a year after the initiation of this case, the filing of this appeal. It's essentially as if Mr. Snitow is saying, let me file a new appeal, which at this point would be over a year untimely. The city objects because there is, especially an attorney such as Mr. Snitow would know, there is a separation of the individual from the corporation. That's a separation enshrined in law. And it is very important because the individual out of this arrangement gains a limitation of liability. You can't go after that individual's assets because they're protected in a corporation. Here, we have the wrong corporation filing the appeal. The corporation, Carwethan Lot Partners, or sorry, limited partnership, Carwethan Lot Partners, had no ownership interest when it filed this appeal. And to correct that now, over a year later, is a breach of the corporate form and a breach of the promise that the corporate laws impose on the people who use the corporate form.
If I may respond.
Yes.
If I may. The attorney who filed this made a clerical error. All of the merit and subject matter is exactly the same. I should not be prejudiced because the attorney made a clerical error. I go with what's on the record as the appeal with no changes, exactly what's said.
Is the attorney who made the clerical error present?
She
No,
is
but
not.
if
She
I
is
could
not.
also,
I believe she's in Florida, but I'm not sure. She's not here. She asked me to handle it.
Did she
Sorry,
submit an affidavit?
members-
Wait, Mr. Cohen, before you start, did she submit an affidavit to that effect?
To what effect?
That she's submitted this appeal on behalf of Carwethan Lot Partners LP in as a mistake, in error.
She has not, but if you would like, we can take a continuance and I will get that affidavit so that you have that in front of you.
Well, before we
take
do
the
anything else, I want
continuance,
to hear from Mr. Cohen.
if I could please share on my screen the exhibits for today for Carwethan
Yes,
Lot
please do
Partners.
that. Yes.
Specifically, I want to go to the actual appeal that was filed. So it does say Carwethan Lot Partners fairly plainly here. More importantly, the grounds for appeal is listed as landowner has tried to control the lot, but squatters have illegally inhabited vacant areas. And the reason why this is important is it does not deny that the violations exist. In fact, it tries to explain that the violations may have been caused by squatters illegally inhabiting the area.
Right.
But this board doesn't deal with issues of who is to blame or what private party might be liable under some tort claim. What this board decides is, do the violations exist or not? And this appeal does not deny the existence of the violations. And more importantly, this appeal attempts to shift the blame to a third party that is not here. But as the board knows, as a matter of law, under Philadelphia Code Section A105.1, the owner of the property is strictly liable for violations that are noticed on the property. It doesn't matter if someone else, like a squatter, caused them. If the owner admits they exist, the owner is liable for them. And for that reason, just on the appeal form alone, this should be a city affirmed or simply a dismissal of the appeal.
Okay.
And if we do go address the merits, the city does have a witness today.
Well,
Okay.
Mr. Cohen, back to that appeal form, I noticed that it lists on contact information, Mr. Snitow, who was the gentleman now before us. So he was aware of this apparently because his name is listed. It says evening telephone number, or it says email address, and he's listed for the email address of Julie Negovan, whose name was signed the appeal. So it sounds like, or would appear, that he had knowledge and of this appeal, and who he should then have known who the legal owner of the property is when that appeal was filed, and corrected this as soon as he saw it. Or in fact, he shouldn't have even authorized it without having the correct property owner listed.
May I respond?
Yes, sure.
Okay. As you'll notice from this form, that is my office address that is listed at 110 South 20th Street, Philadelphia. Julie is my attorney, and I am going to stipulate to all of the exhibits offered by the city. I do not contest them. I just contest the conclusion that one should draw from them. and would like to be heard in regard to that. And that's the merit of what's involved, and that's what's important, is what is involved here to be determined by the panel. So if I stipulate to all of the exhibits, I will then explain what our position is, and the board can decide how they would like to handle it. It can be done very expeditiously. We don't need a witness. All you need is, you have my stipulation.
Okay, one thing I would say though, Mr. Centaur, it would appear to me that there's been some level of disregard for this board for you not to come prepared to address the matter in a very formal fashion of the mistake that was made, either an affidavit from the lawyer who made the mistake or have that person present. These things are very important. They can't be casually swept aside.
No casual attempt is considered. I thought it was a clerical error, and I thought I would be addressing the clerical error by stipulating to all of the exhibits of the city.
Mr. Cohen?
I do believe, as a preliminary matter, the board does need to rule on the standing issue and potentially on the issue of whether there is a controversy here. But then afterwards, the city would still like to present at least some bare testimony from Inspector Anthony Williams, just to the severity of the violations that are shown in the photographs.
Okay, thank you. What I will do.
Question?
Yes.
I don't remember the lawyer's name, but he just
yes.
said his attorney is Julie. So is she his private attorney, or is she attorney on this case, whose name is on the appeal form? So I just need to get clarity on that. Whoever can, Mr. Cohen, whoever.
Well, I think she's an attorney in his office who was representing his interest in filling out the form. I believe that's how Mr. Centaur described it. Am I correct, Mr. Centaur?
Not exactly. I said that the notice was at my address. Julie is not in my office. She's an outside lawyer who spends her time between here and Florida. And she filed this appeal during the COVID period when everybody was separate and apart. And there was no attempt to do anything improper. She just made a clerical error because she has represented Carwethan and Lot Partners, which owned a lot across the street, and she merely confused them. If this is an issue that you would like addressed, I request the continuance. I will provide an affidavit from her to that effect. It didn't occur to me that that would be necessary, and I apologize for that.
Okay, let's do this. The board will go into executive session for a few minutes to address this matter. It's 2:21 now. We will return at 2:25. Okay, thank you. Okay, just want to make sure that we have. In terms of the matter regarding 2032 East Stella Street, and the city has raised the matter, Mr. Jeffrey Cohen has raised the matter of standing. After much discussion and deliberation, we've considered the arguments presented by the city and have determined that Mr. Centaur, in this instance, you do not have standing, and that we are not going to hear this matter today. And we would dismiss it based on that. That's our position at this point. Okay?
Understood.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Cohen, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to the next matter.
Case number 6, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-075, German Popov, 613 Emily Street.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Dejanay Davis on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon, Ms. Davis. And who's representing the appellant?
Hi, I don't have a lawyer with me.
Okay, your name, sir?
German Popov.
Okay, Mr. Popov, are you the owner of 613 Emily Street?
No.
No, Chairman, if I can just give just a brief factual background. This case stems from the petitioner was cited for working at 613 Emily Street without a contractor's license. That's why Emily Street is listed on the list.
Oh, okay. And Mr. Popoff, are you the contractor in question?
Well, the general contractor hired me just to do some work for him.
Okay, but I'm asking you a different question, sir. Did your company get a violation notice?
Yes.
Okay, raise your right hand before we proceed any further. We'll make sure you're on the oath. Mr. Wade, I just need Mr. Wade to read the case. Mr. Wade, we've done that properly. Okay. All right. Let me swear in Mr. Popoff, and then we can proceed.
And we also, the city also has William Fernandez ready to testify as well.
Okay, all right. But let me swear in Mr. Popoff, then we'll get to formally proceed. Ms. Swore, do you swear or affirm that testimony you give today be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, put your hand down, please. You can place your hand down. Sir, how is your company owned?
Well, I am the owner
Well,
of my
Chairman-
company.
Wait. I want him to respond. Then you can respond, Ms. Davis. You're the owner? Are you the sole owner, sole proprietor?
Yes.
It's not an LLC or any other corporate ownership?
Just a LLC.
Oh, there is an LLC. Okay. All right. So that would suggest that you need a lawyer to represent you in this matter. Ms. Davis, you have a response to that?
Yes, if I may, if looking, the notice of violation was cited to Mr. Popoff as an individual, not as an LLC with regards to this matter. And so with that, the city was ready to proceed on that matter in terms of him, in terms of the individual that was cited as a responsible party for these violations.
Okay, now, if his company is an LLC, does that mean his company would not be cited?
Mr. Fernandez can probably give some clarification with regards to this
Okay, but
matter.
Mr. Fernandez, let me swear you in, then we need to decide how much far you can go before we start this thing. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down. And what is your understanding in terms of the relationship between Mr. Popoff as an individual and his corporate entity?
Well, Mr. Chairman, we have confirmed that Mr. Popoff operates an LLC that works in HVAC subcontracting and other HVAC work. Here, the license violation was issued to him in his personal capacity. I was just looking back at some of my notes and emails to determine why, and I am not 100% sure at this time why he was cited in his personal capacity rather than an LLC. I suspect that during our investigation, he was named by the general contractor while we were investigating his subcontractor use in his personal capacity. And I think that perhaps we were unable to identify and confirm the LLC at that time.
Now, the license in question, who's the license identified to? Is it attached to him as a person or the company?
Well, the issue is that there is no license. He was working as an unlicensed subcontractor. So the violation at issue today is for engaging in construction work without the required contractor license.
Okay. Are there any record of any other licenses in his name personally or his company, either the revenue department, any other place within the city?
Not that we were able to identify.
Yeah. All righty. So, okay, Ms. Davis, I think based on that, we will proceed. Okay. So, Ms. Davis, Mr. Popoff, you don't have an attorney, but in this instance, we're going to proceed unless you're asking us to continue to allow you to hire an attorney. Is that what your request is?
I'm not sure. I guess we could proceed.
We need you to be clear because there's a lot at stake here. And so we will allow you to continue the case if you need to hire an attorney to represent your personal interests and your company's interests.
I don't understand why I got the fine in the first place. So I guess I need an attorney because.
Yeah, if you don't understand any of that, someone needs to explain it to you. And there's no one on the screen today who is at liberty to do that.
And if we do proceed, can we just proceed?
If we do proceed, we will make a decision today. The outcome is not predictable. We don't know what the decision will be, but the extreme could be devastating to your company, or could not, depending on how we decide. So it's up to you to decide now whether you want to get a lawyer to represent your interests or proceed on your own.
And if I do decide to get a lawyer, it's gonna be rescheduled.
Yeah, we'll reschedule it.
Okay, I'll get a letter in the mail.
No, what are we asking? You need to declare on the record now whether or not you want to continue the matter, and then we will communicate that with you.
Yeah, let's continue.
Okay. Given his request for an attorney, I know this is maybe a little bit of a setback, but we think we need to be completely balanced here. So we're going to allow him to get an attorney who represents his interest, and we'll reschedule this matter. This is HA -2021-005075, German Popov, 613 Emily Street is the address in question. We'll continue this matter. Thank you.
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Chairman.
Yes,
if I
sir.
may, it would seem that when we hear the matter, when we ultimately hear the matter, we ought to have some identification made both of the individual and of the corporate entity that he says that may or may not have been engaged in the work. But we ought to know whose license or who or what the license would be applicable to, I believe.
Okay. I don't know if there's a need to amend the violation notice or not, Ms. Davis.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? You cut out, Chairman.
Yeah, the issue is whether or not the violation notice in my head needs to be amended to indicate both Mr. Popov as an individual and his company are being, is that question here?
Mr. Chairman, if I may quickly say, the department would have no issue reissuing a license violation to Mr. Popov's company. I did look up the company on the Commonwealth Corporation Search website, and it does appear to be a registered company. And so to make the proceedings more smooth, I would have no problem issuing a new license violation. And if we could kind of incorporate the new violation to the next scheduled appeal date, I suspect that might be the cleanest way of cutting through this issue and resolving the matter in one go.
Good. That would be the, let's do that then. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. We'll continue to amend the violation notice and to allow Mr. Popov a term to hire an attorney. Okay. Thank you. Let's move on to the next matter.
Will you make board administration aware when that new violation is issued?
Yes, by close of business tomorrow, I'll have the new violation issued and I'll send it over to board administration.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
And I will get a notification also.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
You will get notifications.
Okay, thank you.
Brings us to case number 11. Hearing appeal number HA 2021-005651. Ray Tran, 1009 Arash Street.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Amy Skiles on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, who's representing Mr. Tran? Is he present?
Mr. Tran is not present.
Okay. This, I believe, we discovered in executive session, Ms. Skiles, that this was a must be heard case.
Yes, this had been continued once before. I know there had been an email requesting a continuance for this matter, to which the city objects. It also, as we raised during our correspondence, this appeal was also not filed timely. The notice of violation was issued November 2nd, 2021, and this was not appealed until December 21st, 2021, 20 days after the appeal period had lapsed. So,
okay, well, let's see if we can address these matters one at a time. Okay, the first matter was the request for continuance. The board has denied that request, and so the case must be heard today, as noted in the record. And Mr. Tran is not present. Mr. Wade, was Mr. Tran given notice?
Yes.
notice was appropriately filed with Mr. Tran. So Ms. Skiles, we can vote on it based on that, or would you also need to incorporate the timeliness matter?
I would just ask that the board also, it was not filed timely. I think the appeal could be denied based on,
Okay.
on that.
Okay, just put those 2 dates in the record again, please.
Yes, the notice of a violation was issued at November 2nd, 2021, and the appeal was filed December 21st, 2021.
December 21st?
Yes.
Okay. A little over 30 days. Yes.
About,
More 60 days. Closer to 60 days.
yes.
Okay, all right. Well, based on the timeliness matter alone, we will dismiss this.
Okay.
Unless I'm getting a different legal advice. If not, then we will proceed with that. Okay, all right, thank you. We'll consider the matter dismissed based on timeliness. Thank you. What is our next matter?
That brings us to case number 16, hearing appeal number HA 2022-000787, Sal Danubli, 2654 South Alder Street.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon again, members of the board. Jeffrey Cohen for the city.
Okay, who's representing the appellant?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Richard DeMarco for Sal Danubli.
Mr. DeMarco, how are you today?
Okay, how are you? Thank you.
Okay.
As a
just for-
preliminary matter, we actually have a very similar standing issue here. Sal Danubile, well, actually, let me start. This matter is about a permit revocation. So there's actually 2 parties that could claim an interest. There's the permit holders and there's the owner of the property itself. The permit holders in this case are Wagner and Carol Joyce, and the owner of the property is 2652-54 LLC. Mr. Danubile is neither the permit holder nor the owner. I think the issue of standing first needs to be addressed.
Okay, just so I have this clear, the permit holder is the Mr. and Mrs. Joyce,
That's correct.
and the property owner is what's the LLC?
2652-54 LLC, which I believe is just the number to the address of the property.
Okay,
Yeah.
already. Mr. DeMarco, who is your client in this issue?
So the client is Sal Danubli, and the permit holder, whoever the permit holder is, the person who's going to be affected by the decision by the board is who I represent. It's the owner of Tanky's Tavern. This issue is regarding an awning, an overhang. Mr. Danubli will be the one to suffer the consequences if the appeal is dismissed or if the appeal is dismissed on a technicality. He's being asked, and by the way, Mr. Chairman, I can just suggest a resolution here. My understanding is the offending awning has been complied, so I'm baffled as to why this is not a moot complied case. The owner has complied the violation.
If I can address that, members of the board?
Yes, please. Maybe
there's a-
Mr. Cohen has a response, Mr. DeMarco. Let's see where we are.
Yeah.
I've actually spoken with Mr. DeMarco about this earlier. There is a difference between the revocation of a permit and violations for unpermitted construction or for exceeding the scope of a permit. The violations are that in this case, there was a permit issued for a canopy, no walls, just a roof on the sidewalk outside of 2654 South Alder Street. But instead, the contractor built a fully enclosed addition with 3 walls attached to the front wall of the building and a roof. That clearly exceeded the scope of the permit. It was not per the plans. So violations were issued that we're not actually dealing with here because that's not what's under appeal. What's under appeal is L&I revoked the permit. And the condition of the permit at issue here is, did they build something that was not what they said they would build? Did they deviate from the approved plans? And of course they did. We have the photographic proof that they did.
Okay.
So there is a difference between complying to violations by removing the walls or conforming the structure, et cetera, and the revocation of the permit, which is because they built something they were not supposed to, the permit was revoked. And it can't be unrevoked because several months later, they were essentially browbeaten by the existence of the violations into complying.
Okay, Mr. DeMarco, are you here today to argue that the permit should not have been revoked?
Yes, I am, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay,
Mr.
and
Chairman, yes.
yes, okay, so your client then, what interest does your client have in this building permit?
Because he's the one who'll have to pay a second round of architectural fees, engineering fees, application fees, if he has to reapply, whereby he has brought the current canopy, he immediately removed.
No, I don't want you to argue the case, but what I need to understand, because the issue of standing is important in this matter, what is his relationship to the acquisition of the permit and the construction? What is his role here?
Mr. Chairman, that's the appropriate question is whether Mr. DeNubli will be harmed by the.
No,
decision by the
I
board.
determined what questions I will ask, so answer the question I asked.
Mr. DeNubli is the owner of the business and owns the canopy and is the one.
Okay, did he hire the contractor? Did Mr.
He hired
DeNubli-
a contractor to build it, yes.
And did that a contractor build the structure under his direction?
Of course.
Okay, he directed that contractor to submit the permit application, or he did it himself, correct?
Yes.
Why are they telling me you're not?
Is that the case?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get some sense of standing here, his relationship to the project
Right, but
itself.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Yes,
I think your question is well directed. Mr. DeMarco is well known to this board and to me. And your question is who, and I believe Mr. Cohen pointed that out in his opening statement, who was the permit issued to? And the issue is revocation of the permit to the permit holder. And that would be, or that should be, I believe, who Mr. DeMarco is representing. If Mr. DeNubli down the line is an individual who has some relationship to any of the ownership of the property or whatever, but the permit holder, I believe, is the person who should have appealed and should be the entity which is being represented at this hearing.
Members of the board, if I at this time, as an
Mr.
offer of
Cohen?
proof, could I offer to put the permit on screen?
Sure.
before you do that though, I just want to check to see here, is there a issue of leasehold rights? I mean, is he a leasehold lessee in this matter and therefore is responsible for renovations to the property? Is that the case, Mr. DeMarco?
May I speak? Yeah,
No, sir. Mr. DeNubli, you may not speak. You have an attorney.
Mr. DeNubli is the employer of CGI Construction, which is the contractor. So I'm baffled that there's an issue of standing when my client's the one who will be the one who will have to spend a money if the decision is adverse. Standing is an issue of who is harmed and who suffers adverse consequences. The owner, the department makes you put the owner's name on the permit application. And then it's the department that issues the permit to whomever they want. We don't get to say who, and this is very convenient for the city to try to get out from under this, but we
Actually,
don't
if I can
say-
address that.
we don't print the permit, the city
Okay.
does. The city
Okay.
puts whoever they want on it.
Okay,
That's not
Mr.
fair
Cohen.
to us to
Yes.
to prevent us from arguing a matter that we're going to suffer consequences for and have to spend money to do so.
If I could please share my screen, and I'm going to scroll in the exhibits packet that was provided to Mr. DeMarco and to the board. I'm going to scroll down to page 2.
Oh, and
I
could solve this issue, Mr. Chairman.
But Mr.
Well, hold
DeMarco,
on.
just for a moment, Mr. DeMarco, I want to hear
So
Mr. Cohen.
I have highlighted this permit. These highlights did not exist on the original document, but as you can see, Wagner Joyce and Carol Joyce are listed as the permit holders on the front page of this permit. And if you'll permit me to go to page 5 in the packet, which is Exhibit C2, this was actually the statement of special inspection schedule submitted by the applicant for the permit, who also listed Carol Joyce and Wagner Joyce as the property owner. So this is not, as you can see, something that the city simply filled in. This was actually on a form submitted by the applicant to obtain this permit from the city.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's the property owner. The city then decides to put the permit in the name of the owner. My client is the owner of the property now.
But who applied for the permit?
I would actually scroll down to page 25. This is the deed that the city has in its packet, and you can actually see here, there was a 2016 deed transferring the property into the LLC 2652-54 LLC. And I believe Joyce Wagner and Joyce Carroll are listed on this deed. I'm not sure if they're selling their individual shares or if they are signing off on some other individual's shares going to the LLC. But at the very least, we would concede that either the permit holders, Joyce or Carol Wagner, or Wagner Joyce or Carol Joyce, or 2652-54 LLC, any of those parties could claim an interest in this permit.
That's
the question is, can Sal DeNubli claim an interest in this permit that doesn't violate the corporate form if, as you're saying, Mr. DeMarco, if he's an employee of CGI Construction, which scrolling up to the top here is the contractor listed on the permit, that would be an employee of the contractor trying to step into the shoes of the permit holder or the owner of the property.
Mr. Chairman, the LLC, the purchaser is Mr. DeNubli. So can we?
Okay. Do we have anything to verify that for the record today, Mr. DeMarco?
I could certainly have Mr. DeNubli testify that he's the co-owner or the partner of the LLC that purchased the property.
Is he the sole member of the LLC?
I don't know. He's one of the principals of the LLC that purchased the property from Miss Joyce.
Well, if he is both a member of or employee of the contracting company and sole member or member of the LLC that now currently owns the property, then the city would concede there is sufficient interest to proceed.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all we needed to do. So we will proceed.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Just before we start though, Mr. Cohen, how many witnesses do you have today?
One, Inspector Jen Chen.
Okay. Mr. DeMarco, how many witnesses will you have?
I have Mr. DeNubli and I will just cross-examine the city witness.
Okay. All right. Let's proceed.
Thank you. Inspector Jan Chen, if you are present, could you please turn on your camera? Inspector Chen?
Yes. Can you hear me?
There we go. Sorry, there was just a bit of a lag.
Would you turn on your camera, please, Mr. Chen? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you very much. Inspector, if you could very briefly say what your role is at the Department of Licenses and Inspections and how many years have you worked there?
Yes. Hi, I'm a building inspector at the South District. I've been working here for about 3 to 4 years.
And in the course of your duties for L&I, have those duties taken you to 2654 South Alder Street?
Yes.
And with permission of the board, I would share on my screen the exhibits packet.
Yes.
Just for the record, just to clarify what was discussed earlier, is this exhibit, which is number exhibit C1, page 2 on my screen, is this the actual building permit that was issued for this canopy at this property?
Yes.
Minus the highlighting, which the city has already said is not on the original document. And I'm going to jump to page 7 in the packet, which is actually, why don't I ask you, Inspector, what is this document on page 7 that I'm looking at?
Plan. It's the approved plan for the erection of the canopy.
And the stamp in the corner here, is that the stamp of L&I's approval on these plans?
Yes.
And I'm going to scroll down to page 8, which is a zoom in specifically on this middle section of these plans. Can you describe what you're seeing in the plans for the proposed canopy on 2654 South Alder Street.
We mean describe.
Well, then let me ask you, what would be added per this plan to the existing building at 2654 South Alder?
Canopy.
And does that include beams that would hold up the canopy against the
Yes.
front wall of the property? Okay.
Yes.
And did you happen to go to this property as part of your duties as a building inspector while this was being constructed?
No.
Sorry, were you called out to this property for any reason while the canopy was being constructed?
Not. They did not schedule inspection. Please go out.
But did you on January 7th of 2022 go to this property?
January 22. I think so. Yes, I believe it was for a complaint. I
And
was
did you take photographs of the property on that date?
Yes.
I'm scrolling down to page 9 in the packet. Is this the photograph that you took of what you found at 2654 South Alder?
Yes.
All right, so. And are there walls on?
Mr. Cohen, if I may interrupt, I'm just hearing talking in the background. I don't know where it's coming from. It might be the inspector's office, but maybe somebody could ask or make sure that, try to, take that talking down.
All right. Yeah, I'm in the office right now, and I got other inspectors.
Mr. Chen, is it possible for you to be in an environment that's a little less environmental noise?
Not right now. I can't move my computer.
Or would
Is
you
it
ask your
possible to
colleagues
move
then
closer to the
to,
microphone?
yeah, ask your colleagues to take the volume down?
Hey guys, do you lower your volume?
You entered a formal hearing and
Thank you.
Today is too much.
Ms. Alfred, you should be muted.
Right, may the city continue.
Yes, please.
So Inspector Chen, this photo only shows two sides. Is the other side that is outside of the view of this photo also a wall going from the rooftop of the canopy down to the ground?
Yes.
And was this part of the authorized plan that L&I approved for this permit?
No.
Did the owner or the permit holder have permission to add 3 walls underneath this canopy?
No.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the pictometry.phila.gov system?
No.
Then we will skip ahead. Did you return to this property on December 7th of 2022, 11 months after this photo?
Yes.
And I'm going to jump to page 13 in the packet. Was this a photograph you took on that date?
Yes.
And does this show 11 months later the removal of most of the 3 walls that are around this addition in the front here?
Yes.
But was there an overhang on the plan that would allow these sort of pieces of the wall to continue to exist here?
No.
And with that, I'm scrolling down to this page, which I'm going to just enlarge. This is Exhibit C7 in the packet, page 15. Is this an accurate side-by-side representation of what is on the approved architectural plan on the left and the photograph that you took on the right?
What do you mean?
Sorry, that's a lot. So on the left, is that a valid representation of the approved plan for that permit?
No.
So, and on the right, is that the photograph that you took?
Yes.
And hold on, I'm just going to scroll up to page 8. So we've established that this is a close-up cutaway of part of the approved plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
And jumping back down to page 15, on the left-hand side, is that the same cutaway?
Yes.
Now, when in January of 2022, when you found that, and I'll scroll up to page 9 very briefly. When you found that the construction had created this fully enclosed addition, did you take any action with respect to the building permit?
Yeah, I wrote a case on it.
Okay, here. Sorry, could you say that
I'm
again?
sorry,
It was a bit
excuse me, this is the reporter. Could the witness repeat that answer?
Yes.
I wrote a case on it on January 7th.
By writing a case, do you mean you initiated a violation case?
Yes.
Was there also an action taken to revoke the permit?
I think so.
Well, if you need an opportunity to refresh your recollection with LNI's records, we can take a second to do so. Just let me know when you're ready again.
Okay.
I'll help Mr. Cohen. We'll stipulate that there was a revocation letter issued.
Okay,
in January.
then we'll move on.
Yeah.
But for clarity's sake, Mr. DeMarco, what's the date of that revocation letter?
January 18th, 2022.
I actually have,
Okay.
I
Thank
believe, a copy of that as page 21. Jumping to page 21 in the packet, which is Exhibit C10. Inspector, is this the revocation letter that we were just talking about?
Yes.
And again, the highlighting is not in the original. But looking at the highlighting, was this permit revoked because there was construction that exceeded the scope of the approved plan for that canopy?
Yes.
And it says, down here, because the permit was for a canopy encroaching upon Oregon Ave, however, an accessory structure was built. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And now, if I jump back to page 15 very briefly, does this current canopy, as it currently exists, would it still meet the plan that was approved previously for the revoked permit?
No.
Thank you very much, Inspector. I have no further questions at this time. I would just move the following exhibits into the record. Exhibit C1, which is the building permit itself. Exhibit C3, which is the architectural plans approved for the permit. Exhibit C4, which is the January 7th, 2022 photos or photograph. Exhibit C6, which are the December 7th, 2022 photographs. Exhibit C7, which is the comparison plan to December photograph. And Exhibit C10, or sorry, Exhibit C9, which is the permit revocation notice itself.
So moved. Thank you.
And I will stop sharing my screen and offer up Inspector Chen for cross.
Mr. DeMarco, any cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Chen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. So, question. So the goal of the city is to obtain compliance in these matters. Is that right? Your goal in issuing a violation and enforcing the code is to gain compliance with the code, correct?
Objection to the relevance of this question. We're not talking about the violations that were issued. We're talking about the building permit that was revoked. So they're separate goals.
Well, this is
Okay. Actually, I'd like Mr. Chen to respond to that.
Okay.
So overrule the objection.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll share my screen, Mr. Chen, and bear with me for a moment here, if you would. So your attorney held up, can you see my screen, Mr. Chen? All right?
Yes.
Okay. So do you recognize this as the overhang or the awning that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Now these awnings are common along Oregon Avenue, isn't that right? There's one across the street for the Nifty 50 and there's one shown in the photograph here, right? Do you agree?
Not common, but still got a few of them on there.
Can I ask you to take your hand away from your mouth?
Yeah, Mr. Chen, we're having difficulty hearing you. So if you restate your answer, please, a bit more clearly.
I say it's not common, but just few of them on
Okay.
Oregon Avenue.
Okay, and no one, I think no one disputes that the permit that was issued for a canopy at this location was validly issued at the time, isn't that right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Certainly. The permit that was issued for this canopy, there was nothing wrong with that permit. It was not issued in error. It was validly issued. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, at the time, yes.
Okay. And the issue that you had was that the owner enclosed the canopy with walls and it became an addition. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
All right. So from what your answers to Mr. Cohen's questioning, and can you see me indicating with my cursor on the screen a certain area of the canopy?
Yes.
All right. So are you saying that this piece? Oh, and you agree that the owner has removed the walls to the canopy, right?
Well, yeah, the bottom part, yes.
All right. And do you know when that was done? Because what if I told you after the owner got the letter that he promptly removed the addition? Do you have any information about that?
No, I went back there at that time. I took the photo.
All right. So you came back a year later, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if the applicant had removed the walls of the canopy immediately after receiving notice of the violation, you wouldn't know because you never went back until December of last year. Isn't that right?
Well, no. Yeah.
Okay. So do I understand from Mr. Cohen's questions that you feel that this I don't know what the term is, but this cladding or this siding, you feel it should be removed? Is that fair to say?
It's not what I feel, is what your plans call for.
All right. If the owner, if that's the issue, if the owner were to remove the rest of that piece, that would then make the
That's not up to me.
Sorry?
That's not up to me to determine if that.
No, I know, but you're the code official, right?
Yes.
All right.
I go by the plan.
All right. So, but if the owner were to remove these pieces, that would bring the property consistent with the plans, right?
No,
Why not?
because the overhang plus that overhang and the overhang over the street.
All right.
Not in the scope of the
Okay.
plan.
All right. So the issue is how long the overhang is. Is that what you're saying? I'm
That and per the approved plan is different from the whole.
Okay.
Approved plan.
All right. Did you ever issue a violation that the overhang was?
Yeah, it was out of
not match
scope
the
of
plan?
work, yes.
I would object to that as beyond the scope of the permit revocation that we're talking about, but
Sustain,
this has already
rephrase,
answered the
Marco.
question.
Yep,
I'll
sustain.
rephrase. Mr. Chen, the violation or the reason for the revocation was that the reason given on the letter, I could put it up on the screen if you need me to, was that the owner constructed an addition and enclosed the canopy. Isn't that the reason for the revocation?
That's one of it. It also went over the scope of work. Plans not
It
the
says,
same as
can you see my screen?
Mhm.
You see the letter, that's the permit revocation letter that was issued January 18th, 2022, right? You see the highlighted area?
Mhm.
The reason given for the revocation of the permit was that an accessory structure was built. Right?
Yes.
All right, and that's because the structure was enclosed, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So do you see anything here that the overhang was too long over the sidewalk?
Objection, just one that's not on the face of the document, but also the
Right.
removal of the walls happened after this letter was written. So of course
No,
there
I
wouldn't
agree.
be anything in the record about it.
There's no dispute with that. Mr. Chairman, you see what I'm trying to establish? The violation was for building it an enclosed structure.
An
Wait,
objection,
wait,
again,
wait.
we're not talking violations,
Yeah.
we're talking permit revocation.
Well,
Permit
all right,
revocation.
I'll rephrase the question.
Yes.
Mr. Chen, did you ever issue notice to this applicant that there was a violation prior to issuing this revocation letter?
Yes. Yes, I believe it was.
you issued a written violation, giving notice to this appellant that there was a problem with the canopy?
In the fall about.
Because I don't have it.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, excuse me, I apologize. This is the reporter. I am really having difficulty hearing the responses.
Mr. Chen, we didn't hear your response. How did you respond to Mr. DeMarco's question? What was it?
Can we rephrase?
Can you repeat that?
Yes, I can. Mr. Chen, before the date on this revocation letter, did you issue written notice to the applicant that there was a violation for the enclosure?
Yes.
Where is that violation? I'm going to object at this point because now we're getting down into the rabbit hole of the violation notice and violations.
Well,
but the city would offer to stipulate there was a violation notice that was issued around the same time that the permit was revoked. Around December 7th of 2022, those violations were marked complied because technically parts of the walls that were the violation or the subject of the violation were removed. But again, that stipulation doesn't really apply to the permit revocation, which is what we're here to talk about.
Okay, let's do this. There was an objection. My rule on objections, I'm overruled. Mr. DeMarco, proceed. And Mr. Chen, I need you to answer.
Answer about.
Did you write a violation notice on the wall?
All right, well, but that, Mr. Chen, that violation notice is not within the city's exhibits. Are you sure that you issued the notice to the applicant that there was a violation with regard to the enclosure prior to this date?
Yes.
Okay, well.
Okay.
Okay, so. Did the violation notice, and we don't have it, Mr. Chen, but did that violation notice explain to the permit holder what he needed to do to comply?
I'm going to object at this point because what was necessary to comply the violations is different from the revocation of this permit. We can't get too in the weeds of the violations.
So noted. So, well, listen to me.
Okay.
You raised the violation. Let me rule. I'm going to overrule Mr. Cohen's objection. Mr. Marco, let's please proceed. And I'd like you to get to your case, sir.
Well, so the question, he hasn't answered yet. The question was, did you, in your written violation that you say you issued, did you explain in the violation why there was a violation?
Yes, I explained.
And did
they
you-
went over
okay.
the scope. They went.
And did you explain what it would take to comply the violation?
There's only a violation. I'll explain. I'll write what's needed to be done to comply.
I couldn't hear all that.
Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen, lean into your computer so we can hear you and give us.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay.
And repeat your answer, please.
I wrote the violation. Yes, there's a violation case permit that which is not in front of me right now.
Okay. Did you explain in the violation what the applicant would do to comply the violation?
Yeah, I explain.
You said you served a written violation.
Yeah, I got take a look what I wrote. It's been a year, 2 years.
Okay.
I don't have that in front of me, so I don't remember why.
Let me ask
That
another question.
hasn't been introduced yet, Mr. DeMarco. If you have some information that's permitted when you present your
Well,
case.
it doesn't exist. I don't have it. All right, I'll go on. I'll move on. Mr. Chen, you said you went to the property in December of 2021, right?
Yes.
And you went back a year later, right?
Yes.
So you did not go back to the property to see if the owner had complied the violation before you revoked the permit, right?
I didn't. I wasn't the one who revoked the permit.
You weren't involved, right?
Yes.
So no one went back to this property to see if the owner complied the violation before
Mr. DeMarco,
revoking
that's
the permit,
beyond his,
correct?
that's beyond his testimony. He
This is
answered
I'm
your
what the
question.
also
code
going, at this
requires.
point, I'm also going to object to the relevance of this because as we've explained to Mr. DeMarco before,
Because it-
compliance of the violations does not matter to the revocation of the permit. The question for
Okay.
revoking the permit is,
It's
did you
that's
build
just
something other than
incorrect.
what you were authorized
Mr.
to
DeMarco,
build?
no over talking now. We aren't going to do that. Now,
So
what
the
I'd like you to do, Mr. DeMarco, what we will do, you've asked Mr. Chen, he responded. And if you want to explore this matter under direct, you can do that when you put
So-
your case on, okay?
So note my objection, Mr. Chairman. This is preventing me to ask the critical question in this case. The code, if we want to follow the code here, if we're about following the code requires the city to give notice of why there's a violation and give the applicant an opportunity to correct it before
Okay.
they revoke a
Mr. Chair.
permit.
So noted.
No one
gonna-
wants to answer the
Mr.
question.
Chair,
Wait a minute. Wait. This is what we're gonna do. So noted. But Mr. Chen responded to you that you asking if he had gone back within that year, and his answer was no. And so that.
Okay, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry, I didn't hear him say that. Okay.
Yes.
I
Let's
didn't hear
move
that.
on. Let's
Okay.
move on.
All
no,
right.
Mr.
I didn't hear
Chair,
the, I didn't hear that, Mr. Chairman. I
I
apologize.
gotta get clarity.
More than 27
Yes.
pages.
I just gotta get clarity on something.
Yes, sir.
I have up on the screen that the permit was revoked because the permit exceeded the scope of work. I'm
Correct.
trying to understand what about what's the violations? You know, in order for me to rule, I have to have clarity on
Members of the
what's
board, if I can
going on.
address
And
this.
from all the information I'm getting has nothing to do with the violation, besides the fact that the permit exceeded the scope of work.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Cohen, let's do this in order to answer Board Member Washington's concern. Let's do this. Mr. Washington, we're going to come back and respond to you directly. But Mr. DeMarco's in the midst of his cross-examination. I need him to finish that. Then we'll come back and get Mr. Cohen to
All right.
redress that issue for you. Okay.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman,
Thank
I
you.
apologize. Sorry, Mr. Washington. I didn't hear Mr. Chen say that he agreed that he did not. Anyway, I didn't hear that. Either. Okay, I appreciate that. All right, so it's your position, is it not, by the city, Mr. Chen, that the applicant must start all over and file a new round of applications, new engineering plans and new drawings, right?
Mr. DeMarco, that was not in his original testimony. He's the inspector. He didn't make that decision, or will make that decision.
All right, okay, if that's agreed, that's fine. And so, would you also agree, Mr. Chen, that it's possible to, if the applicant were given the opportunity, he could comply the plans exactly to what's there now, right? You understand?
If he give the opportunity. Yes.
Couldn't the applicant
Mhm.
conform
Mr.
you feel the
DeMarco,
violation
I'm going
is
to interrupt.
to the
Mr.
plans?
DeMarco. Mr. DeMarco, I'm going to interrupt.
Why?
I'm just a member of the board, but that wasn't part of his original testimony. So you're going beyond the scope of the direct testimony given by Mr. Chen. I know other councils should perhaps speak up, but at this point, I think your question should be directed at the testimony that Mr. Chen provided. And he certainly is an inspector, but he isn't necessarily the person who makes decisions within the department about revocation and or approval of plans and applications. He's an inspector.
Well, then we should have that witness here, and the city's not ready then.
Well-
That person should have been present today, Mr.
Well,
Baker.
then you should
And
have.
he's not here.
You have the right to subpoena witnesses, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't think the board has ever given me a subpoena in any case.
No. Under the rules.
What process do I have to do that?
Under the rules for the operation of the city boards, I believe there is authority to make a request for witnesses to appear, and you had that
This board
opportunity.
doesn't have. rules.
As a matter of fact, I believe there is a statute that allows the board to issue a subpoena.
Well,
I don't
this
believe
board
that
lacks
the
those.
appellant or the
Whatever.
respondent or whatnot has that power, but the board does under the statutes have that power.
All right,
Okay.
I'll present testimony and argument for my witness.
Okay, thank you.
If I could first address Board Member Washington's question.
Yes, please.
So this case is about just the revocation of the permit, which, because if you build something that you are not authorized to build, under the city code, section A 302.9, your permit can be revoked for building something other than what you said you would. The penalty, if you will, for having your permit revoked is you need to go and apply for a new permit. You can submit the same plans, but in this case, the inspector has testified following those same plans wouldn't legalize what's currently built there because it's not quite what was approved or what it was in the approved plans, or you can submit new plans. And then that application would get reviewed through the normal process. So really what we're talking about here is not violations. We're talking about, does he need to go and get a new permit and submit new plans? Now, why Rich DeMarco, who is actually, I think, being very clever in this hearing, why he is trying to make it about the violations is because violations are ongoing, and later efforts to comply the violations can cause them to be moot complied. But that's not what happened here. What happened was an inspector went out January 7th of 2022, found that there was something that was not supposed to be there, was not per the approved plans, and then the permit was revoked because of that. You don't get to roll back the clock because a couple of months later, you do, or you take away some of the walls and you do close to what it says you're supposed to do in the permit. That would comply the violations. It would not unrevoke the permit.
May I respond now, Mr. Chairman?
No, he was making clarification for Mr. Washington.
I
Please,
think it
please.
is only
arguing
fair
the
that we
case.
give
I
Mr.
wanna-
DeMarco an opportunity to respond.
Okay, very quickly, Mr. DeMarco.
Section A 302.9.1, which is on your screen, requires the city, in order to determines that there are grounds for revocation, serve written notice upon the permit holder stating the nature of the violation. This was not done, and it's admitted to by the city because the inspector admitted he never went out to see if the violations were complied.
Mr.
I will tell
DeMarco, what did
it's
you
clear.
appeal if
Hold on,
not
he
the
got to
revocation
talk.
letter?
But I just want him to complete his statement because we have to move.
It's admitted that the inspector did not give this owner the opportunity to comply the violation. They went straight to revocation, and that's why the city doesn't have the violation, because no notice was given. They just revoked the permit without giving him an opportunity to comply. That's a violation of A 302.9.1 per se. How can you revoke a permit without giving the applicant an opportunity to comply a violation? It's a direct violation of this section of the administrative code. And that's why the inspector admitted he was never back there, because they just revoked the permit. They gave
Okay,
him no
Mr. DeMarco,
opportunity.
you responded to Mr. Cohen. So
Thank
if you
Thank you.
completed your cross, Mr. Cohen,
I
do you have
have.
any additional witnesses?
Yes.
No, and I have no redirect for this particular witness. Thank
Okay,
you very
Mr.
much,
DeMarco.
Inspector Chen.
Okay, Mr. DeMarco is,
Yeah, I'll call Sal DeNubi. Be very brief. Sal
Okay.
DeNubi.
Yes,
Mr. DeNubi, can you hear me okay?
yes, I can.
All right, let me put that photo back up. And you're a member of the LLC that purchased the property, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And I put the photo of, and you're the owner of Tanky's Tavern, right?
Yeah.
Okay. When you constructed this canopy,
Yes.
was it enclosed when you first constructed it?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. Did you, and there's a stipulation here, Mr. Chairman, we would stipulate that Mr. DeNubi did enclose the structure. About when did that happen, Mr. DeNubi?
It happened maybe a few weeks after it was constructed.
Okay, around December or of 2021?
No, it was probably early January.
Okay. Okay. And did you receive a written violation notice that from the city when you enclosed the structure?
No, I've never received a violation from the city.
Okay. Was your first notice, what was your first notice that there was a problem with the canopy?
I received a revocation letter in the mail.
Okay, was that this letter? Give me a moment, I'm sorry. Was that the, can you see my screen, Mr. DeNubili?
Yes, that is correct.
That was it this letter that I have on the screen?
Yes,
That was your first notice that there was an issue with the canopy, right?
that is the first and only notice that I have received.
All right. And what did you do after receiving this notice?
I immediately had it removed. I had the
Okay.
sides removed.
And let me show the picture up again. So this. Bear with me, let me put up a different photo. Sorry, my computer's slow. So these are current, so the photo that's on my screen, are those current conditions?
Yes, that's correct.
And were you under the impression that this addressed the city's complaint?
I believe it did at the time, yes.
All right. Did you ever get any notice that, and I'm indicating with my cursor, that the upper portions of the canopy were a violation? Would you ever get any notice of that?
No,
And were you ever given any notice that this elongation here, where I'm indicating on my cursor, was a violation as well?
no,
Okay. And if you were required to file, has the city told you that they want you to start over with this?
no, no.
If you had to start over and file a new application, would you incur fees and architectural fees and engineering fees and application fees?
Yes,
And what are the costs of that?
it would probably be a few $1,000s. I know the permit fees are only a few $100s, but the architect, the engineer is costly.
And if you were given notice that the length of the canopy and these pieces at the top were a violation, would you be willing to remove that immediately?
Yes,
That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. DeMarco, if I may, the letter that stated January the 18th, which both you and Mr. Cohen have referred to, it does say in it that in the third paragraph, a new permit application, building plans and new street department approval is required to be submitted to obtain a permit for this scope of work.
And
Thank you,
that's,
Mr. Pincus.
and that's
I
what
was
we're
waiting for
disputing.
that.
That's incorrect. He was never given notice. He was never given an opportunity to comply.
If I must say, Mr. Chair, to Mr. DeMarco, just the canopy alone requires an additional permit from the streets department automatically for a canopy or the enclosure that covers over the sidewall. So that's
has
proper
that.
when you apply. He has the streets
got
department
that.
approval permit.
Yes,
What date was that given?
I'll show you.
And I don't want to go too
We
much in
can,
detail.
if
about
you
the
want, Mr.
permit.
DeMarco, we can stipulate, I believe, Streets Department approval was given on August 2nd of 2021. That's marked as SR 2021-006332,
All
I
right,
believe.
thank you.
So
Okay.
with that said, he got the permit. So it's like a trigger stating that you're going to build a canopy that's going to cover a certain percentage of the sidewalk or enclose it. So both the length and the size of the canopy or the enclosure, whether it came first or afterwards, stipulated that he was going to be building something other than only the canopy itself. But the canopy itself was built and walls added. So
We would stipulate that when we don't have any dispute that when the applicant enclosed the canopy, he exceeded the original permit, but he had streets department approval and he had a building permit for the canopy.
So if I may go back for a second, when you question the inspector or the fact that no one reached out to the owner for 1 year, the owner has responsibility to reach out to the department. He said he made the necessary correction. And even though you're stating the department or inspector did not reach out to him, did the owner reach out to the inspector or the department to say, I've made the correction.
We can explore that on cross if the board member would prefer.
Yeah, let's do that.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen.
Mr.
Thank you.
Cohen, you have any cross?
Yes, thank you. Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. DeMarco. Mr. DeNubli, I believe your counsel stated at the beginning of this hearing that you're an employee of CGI Construction. Is that correct?
No, objection. I didn't say that.
Do you have any relationship to CGI Construction?
Friends and family, yes.
Okay. So when you said that you did not receive a notice of the violations, that doesn't mean that a notice of violations was not actually issued, correct?
I can't answer that. I received the letter of revocation. It came to the address of the bar, which is the address of who applied for the permits. Which it's who is addressed to the LLC, but I did not receive a letter of violation. No, I did not.
So what I'm sharing currently on my screen, would it surprise you to know that there was in fact a notice of violation issued, and it was issued to CGI Construction for exceeding the scope of the permit?
Well, I'll object, Mr. Chairman. I don't know why this wasn't given.
Mr. Cohen, not Mr. DeMarco, you raised the issue earlier, and this is in the packet. So
well, it's not in the packet.
Not in the packet, Mr. Chairman.
Part of the city's point here is
He came up with
this
it.
notice.
Listen
Part
to
of
me.
the city's point here is that this notice was issued to the construction company.
Yes.
And they did the violation, and the notice was issued to them. So Mr. DeNubli, who is not the construction company and is the owner of the parcel, would not have received this letter, but that doesn't mean that a notice of violations wasn't sent to the appropriate party. And that sort of emphasizes the fact that what we're talking about here is the revocation of the permit and not the violation notice, because the people who committed the violation did receive the violation notice.
Well, that's not service on the owner. Well, I'll
And
argue that later.
the city-
Let's continue the cross-examination, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. Let me stop sharing that particular thing on my screen. I'm going to put back on the city's exhibits packet for this case. Now, Mr. DeNubli, you said that when you received the January 18th revocation letter, that you immediately removed the enclosure around the canopy. Is that correct?
I'm going to say within a week or so, yes.
So I'm going to go to what has been pre-labeled as Exhibit C5 on page 10. Would you agree that this is in fact a satellite photograph of Tanky's Tavern of 2654 South Alder Street?
Yes.
And the date down here at the bottom is April 15th of 2022, correct?
That's what your paper says, yes.
Objection. Well, go ahead. I'll withhold the objection. Go ahead.
And you can see in this photograph that there is a wall still existing in this April 15th photograph. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, note my objection. The date at the bottom is the date it was printed. It's not the date of the photo. It's a Google Earth photo. They're based on a composite of photo. That's an inappropriate question. That's not the date the photo was taken.
Okay.
Actually, one moment.
Mr. Cohen, let me rule on his objection. His
Of course.
objection sustained. Can you authenticate the photo?
One moment. I apologize, and I appreciate the board's indulgence. I'm going to share my screen. Mr. DeNubli, do you see the web page that is currently on my screen, pictometry.phila.gov?
I do see it, yes.
And do you see in the photograph that is depicted here, Tanky's Tavern with the enclosure of all sides of the canopy in this satellite photograph?
In that satellite, yes.
And the date over here in the upper left-hand corner, that date is April 15th of 2022, correct?
That's what the paper says, correct.
So then, per this satellite photo, it took at least 3-ish months before the enclosure was removed and there was only the canopy and a little bit of overhang left. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object. That's not a proper authentication. Just because that date has it the city doesn't have its own satellite link. It can't be.
Well, let's do this. Let's do this. Mr. Cohen, what information can you offer in terms of the authenticity of the photo and the accuracy of the dates?
Oh, yes, I can actually on rebuttal call a witness from LSU, the litigation support unit, just to talk about pictometry.phila.gov and the satellite photos that the city keeps as records at that publicly accessible website.
Okay, all right, we'll accept that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Oh, actually, that was pretty much it. The photograph showing that there was an enclosure and Mr. DeNubli acknowledging that in this photograph, it is still fully enclosed. And with that, I will stop sharing my screen. And thank you very much. I present back to Mr. DeMarco for any redirect.
Any additional redirect, Mr. Marco, because the board does have several questions of Mr.
Sure,
DeNubli.
I don't have redirect, Mr. Chairman. I would ask though that the city, just to be clear, can I see the violation notice that I just saw for the first time? Can that be put back up on the screen?
Actually, Mr. DeMarco, I can email it to you. Would that suffice?
Yeah.
I'll do it right now.
Please, thank you. That's fine.
Mr.
Yeah,
DeNubli.
I'm no redirect.
Mr. DeNubli, question for you. The architectural drawings that were submitted to the city, did you review and approve those?
I gave them to my builder and that was, I'm sure I looked at them and gave them to my builder.
So you understood what was on the drawing before you gave them to your builder?
I am not a professional. I'm
Didn't
not a
ask
builder.
that. Did you understand what you were getting when you gave the drawings to your builder?
Yes.
Because you knew what you wanted, correct?
Oh, I wanted the canopy, 100%. Yes.
Yeah, that's what you wanted your architect to design for you, correct?
Yes.
And were you satisfied that he designed what you asked for?
To my understanding, yes.
Okay. Now, when the builder built something, did the builder build what your architect had drawn?
I believe he did. Yes. Not a professional, but from my layperson standpoint, yes.
So your layperson's understanding that the drawing that was submitted to the record shows a simple awning with posts supporting the ends of it, correct?
That is correct.
What we saw was built includes 3 walls.
Yes.
Is that what you asked for?
Can I speak for it? Well, guys, I want to speak. Well, at that moment, it was COVID, and they were talking about closing restaurants and bars again. So I had that fear, already losing a year and a half of business. So I wanted to, if they were going to close the businesses for inside, I wanted to be ready, and which they did at a time, close all bars and restaurants. Again, this was the only way I was going to stay afloat. It was a temporary structure. It was not permanent.
So your response, well, I think you've given your justification, but you didn't give an answer to my question. My question was, what was built, was that in fact what was designed?
No.
Okay.
The sides were not in the plans that were submitted to the city.
Okay.
That's correct.
Why didn't you not submit revised plans?
I wasn't given the opportunity to. So once.
Oh, wait.
After the fact. Everything was. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Wait, sir. Wait a minute. You could have revised the plans the day you decided to build the 3 walls.
Right, but I was already given the revocation letter by that time.
No, before then. Why didn't you do it in April? Why didn't you do it when construction started?
I didn't know.
Well, one, the pandemic. It was the dead of winter. It was January.
None of that affects the ability to create new plans.
Well, COVID did, yes.
No. Your architect could have done it at his desk.
Well, I was already revoked at that time. That's when I started the process.
No. Before, no, sir, you're misunderstanding me.
No,
before construction started, why didn't you change the plans?
You're right. I should have.
Okay.
But I was going to. I was going in the process of doing a streetery, but then at that point, I
well, let me move on. Let me ask you something else. The structure that's there now.
Yes.
Does that structure meet the plans that were submitted by you and your contractor?
I am going to say yes.
I'll object to the question.
Well, you can object, but I
He's
will
a
rule
lay,
that
he's a
it's-
lay person.
it doesn't matter. He has the ability as the owner.
Well,
of
you're
the property.
cross-examining him. This is not a fair
It's
proceeding. You're-
appropriate. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It's appropriate for me to ask questions and any member of this board to ask questions of
I
any
know, but
witness that's
not-
put forward. And I will continue to ask this
I
question.
understand that, but
Absolutely.
you
So,
are
Mr.
still-
DeMarco, your objection is overruled. In this
I
instance,
understand.
Mr.
I just
It's
want to
noted
put it on the record.
It's on the record. Mr. DeNubley, in this instance, as a layperson, as the owner of the property, as the customer of CGI Construction and of the architect, did they give you what was on the document, on the paper?
I am not 100% sure.
If you go outside today, you look up at that structure, will it be exactly what was on that drawing?
To the best of your
To
knowledge.
the best of my knowledge, with my naked eye,
If someone is speaking in the background, whoever that person is, please don't do that because you're being recorded and you are not on the record. So, Mr. DeMarco, I don't know what's going on with you.
Gone by, you got the problem.
I was just.
Sam.
Now, Mr. DeMarco, if you're going to have just interruptions like this, we can rule without having. This is not.
I don't, he's moving away from someone who's talking.
Let's let criminals go up the street. This is why our city's the way it is. And you can record me.
I apologize about that.
Thank you. Now, the question is, Mr. DeLuby, if you go outside and look up at your awning, is it exactly what the architect drew for you? And as an individual, a lay person, as the owner of the property, as the customer of those service providers, both the architect and the builder, did they give you what was drawn?
I can't say for certainty. I never went up there with a measuring tape.
Well, I didn't ask you that, but if you looked at the side of the drawing, I can look at on the screen and it was showing a simple drawing of an awning with support beams. What I see now is an awning with skirts at the top.
So note my objection, Mr. Chairman. This is
So
not,
noted.
these are not fair questions. This is cross-examination. You've assumed the role of a prosecutor right now.
As the owner of the building, you're
But he's a lay person.
I'm not asking him to give me an expert opinion. I didn't ask him to see if anything was load bearing. I didn't ask him, was anything wind resistant? I didn't ask him if it was fire retardant, any of those questions. I just asked him if as lay persons walking down the street, it's exactly what the builder gave him. Is that what he wanted?
All right, my objection's noted. Go ahead.
So noted. Mr. Newby, please answer that.
I couldn't answer with certainty. I'm not 100% sure.
And what is it that you're not sure of?
If it was done 100% to the plans.
Okay.
Okay.
The size of the awning that you asked for, is it the same size that was built?
I'm pretty sure it was, or close to it.
Okay, how did you determine that?
I'm not sure. Again, I'm not sure. Was it done to scale? I don't know.
Okay, all right, thank you. Anyone else have any questions?
Yeah, Mr.
have a
Chair,
question
Mr.
for
DeNoble,
Mr.
I have
Cohen.
a question.
Just
Did
about
you-
Mr. Washington, Mr. Tennant, and then
Yeah.
yourself.
Mr. DeNoble, you stated that you're not certain if they gave you what you, as the owner, not the architect, as the owner, designed in your mind, but the architect actually puts it in perspective, draws it to scale, and puts it into code on plan. But you are the owner, and you're the actual original designer of all this. And we all are when we hire an architect. We're given our thoughts and our plans, and the architect only records them accurately, appropriately to the scope, to scale, and to the code. Did you pay, and you said you were not certain, did you pay him for what you asked for?
I paid him. I guess I did if I paid him.
So do you normally pay for something that you're not certain what you're getting?
I'm
said
going
if
to
I
object
came into
again
your
to this
tavern-
line of questioning.
Your
It's
objection
argu-
is, wait,
you're arguing with my client.
let
It's-
me,
I'm not
let me,
arguing with
It's not a
you,
fair
listen,
proceeding.
wait, hold on a minute, Mr. DeMarco has objected. I will rule on his objection. It's overruled. Mr. Tennant, please ask your
I-
question, let him
I
respond, and
asked
then
the
we'll move
question in
on.
a different
Yeah.
way. That's correct. Mr. DeNoble, if I came into your place of business and ordered a beer and it was $2, would you give me a soda?
Objection.
So noted, please proceed.
I just
Please
if-
answer.
if all I know is if it wasn't done to the exact permit as they're saying, I would have had to correct it if I was notified properly in proper amount of time. I would have. I want to comply. I'm not trying not to comply.
Okay. I'm gonna ask my question again. If I came into your tavern, your place of business, and I ordered a beer for $2, would you give me a soda?
Yes, because the beers are $4. Sodas are a little cheaper. But
That's
yes,
not the question
you're not
I
getting
asked.
beer for $2. I'm sorry.
One more time. Would you give me, when I order a beer for $2, would you give me beer or would you give me a soda?
I don't understand this. I don't understand the relevance of the question. What it has to do with the awning?
Okay, let's do this. Let's, Mr. Tin, you have anything else
Let's
for
move
him?
on. Let's.
Yeah.
I still have my question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, yes, sir. Mr.
You mind
Tennant,
if
you,
Mr.
wait. Mr. Tennant is still, he's muted. Mr. Tennant, did you mute yourself on purpose? There you
I'm sorry. We can move on because it's apparent he's not going to answer the question relevant to what was asked, and it was clear. It was very clear.
Question regarding to the canopy or the scope of the.
Mr. Dubley, that's okay. We're gonna move on. Mr. Washington, what is your question?
I have a question for Mr. Cohen. I'm trying to understand A 302.9.1. When the department determines that grounds exist for revocation of a permit, it shall serve written notice upon the permit holder stating the nature of the violation. That notice that you put up there that stated that it went past the scope of work, would that be considered the notice?
So that we're getting into the differences between the notice of violations and the notice of the revocation of the permit. It's the city's position that the notice of the revocation letter, that's the applicable notice here under that section. It gives them notice of this permit is being revoked. It tells them why the permit is being revoked. And it is then therefore the responsibility of the permit holder to get back in touch with L&I and to then address, okay, we can fix this, we can work on this, which you heard from Inspector Chen did not happen. Inspector Chen said that he was brought out there in January of 2022 on a complaint, not on a request for an inspection under the permit, which is again, a requirement under the permit. And he later came out, not because he was requested for any further inspections or any further communications from the owner or the permit holder. He came out there on a follow-up. And that was, I think, the December 7th photos was when he came out and then saw, after no one had contacted him, he then saw that the walls had been partially removed, or mostly removed.
Thank you. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
May I respond to Mr. Washington's question?
Well,
I think
actually,
it's only fair.
yeah, okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. DeMarco. Then I want to get to closing arguments, okay? All right,
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I will do that. The violation itself gave Mr. DeNubli until February 11th, 2002 to make the necessary repairs to correct the violation. The permit revocation letter was dated 1/18/2022, 3 weeks before the violation stated that he had to correct the violation. And the violation, which is on your screen, which I just received today, it's for the enclosure, not for the length of the overhang or the little bit that was left at the top. It was for the enclosure. The city issued the revocation letter 3 weeks before the date on the violation that he had to correct the violation. Thank you.
I would point out to the board that one of the ways to comply that violation notice would be to obtain a new permit that has a proper scope. So it's
not
kind of
what it
apples
said.
and oranges.
It's not what it said.
Okay, let's do this.
I have
Of
a
course.
question.
Yes, sir.
I believe Mr. DeNubli said that the enclosure was done as a consequence of the COVID pandemic, and you enclosed it. However, my observation of what was happening during COVID is people were either building extensions on the sidewalk that were open as opposed to closed because there was the problem of sitting in restaurants indoors. So you, at least what I see from the city's pictures, is actually built an addition during the period of COVID that was entirely enclosed, which seems, I mean, You don't have to answer it, I don't think, because it is what it is, but it seems counter to trying to deal with the COVID epidemic and making your business somehow or other accommodate the fact that people now were eating on the sidewalk. And you don't have to answer that, but that's, I believe, what you testified to.
I'm going to, and I
Okay.
appreciate your comments. Me and my wife went out to dinner. We went out to dinner for the whole entire pandemic. We sat outside in these streeteries, and they were enclosed. We went everywhere in Center City, on Chestnut Street, Walnut Street, and everyone was enclosed. If you look closely at my structure, it is not an airtight structure. We had the front would actually open up, but it was not an airtight structure. It was just the only thing there was them walls to prevent the wind from coming in. It was not a permanent structure. It was not an airtight structure. It wasn't an insulated structure. It was still an outside structure that was cold. But again, if that does answer some of your questions, but yes, a lot of the streeteries were fully enclosed with heating and air conditioning. If to my recollection.
Thank you.
Okay.
Amongst domes, airtight bubbles that these people would have that fully enclosed. When that was all along 2nd and South.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions before we get to closing argument?
I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Janupli.
Thank you. Thank you for your time, everybody.
Okay.
I
Mr.
do have to put on.
Can I move my exhibits?
Well, just
sorry.
one minute.
I apologize, Mr. DeMarco.
Mr. DeMarco, you want to
I
move your
just want to
exhibits?
make sure my exhibits are noted and submitted. I have a letter from Councilman Squilla supporting the canopy at this location. And I did submit that to the board today.
How are your
And-
exhibits marked so that we can appropriately record them?
So my exhibit packet is exhibit 1 through 5. Councilman Squilla's letter would be my exhibit 6, and the violation from the city that I received today would be my 7th exhibit, and those would be my exhibits. And then I'm happy to give closing argument.
Okay, so
I
moved.
have no objections to the exhibits except for the letter from Councilman Squilla, just for the relevance, because it's a letter saying, hey, this canopy is okay, but okay by what standard? And he's not an L&I representative, he's a city council person.
So noted. Thank you. We will move the package into evidence. Thank you.
And I just
Okay.
need to put on very quick rebuttal testimony from Will Fernandez of AIU, L&I Division AIU. He will speak specifically to pictometry.phila.gov.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fernandez.
And if you will bear with me, I'm just going to put this back up on my screen.
Mr.
Director,
Fernandez was sworn in earlier on another matter.
Yes, I will, Mr. Fernandez, for this purposes of these hearings, though, I'll need to swear you in separately.
Absolutely.
Would you raise your hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter to be the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Place your hand down.
and very quickly, Director Fernandez, do you work for L&I?
I do.
And is this website that is currently on my screen, is that pictometry.phila.gov?
Yes.
Briefly, what is pictometry.phila.gov?
Pictometry.phila.gov is a website maintained by the city of Philadelphia. The city has a licensing agreement with a company called Pictometry that provides aerial photography of various cities throughout the world. I think the contract has been in place for approximately 7 or 8 years. We have access to and records of their aerial photography over various states. Lots of different departments in the city use it for several different purposes, including the revenue department, L&I, the health department, etc.
And are these records the city keeps in the ordinary course of its business?
Yes, we have regular maintenance of all of their records on our city website and published to the public through both the website you see here and indirectly through Atlas.
And to the best of your knowledge, are these satellite photos accurate as of the listed date on pictometry.phila.gov?
Yeah, working in construction enforcement, I use Pictometry all the time, and it's always been accurate when I've used it.
Thank you very much, Director Fernandez. I don't know if Mr. DeMarco, if you have any cross, would you like
Yeah,
me
I
to
do.
leave Pictometry on the screen?
Yes,
Yeah, I
leave
do,
that up,
please.
please, Mr. DeMarco. Yeah.
Yeah, please leave it on the screen. So this is a real-time satellite feed?
No,
Or
it's not
photo?
real time. It's
Okay.
kind of like Google Street View where they provide us with certain dates where the planes they contracted with happen to be flying overhead the location. If you click, I think up towards the top left, you can see different dates from which photographs are available.
Do you mean here?
All right, so
Yes.
you can't say that it's accurate as of April 15th, 2022. You say it's accurate in a 3-month window of March to May. Is that right?
No, the photograph is dated April 15th, 2022, and in my experience, that has always matched the date of the photograph. That's what it's representing on the website.
Well, hold on. You said it draws from photographs, right?
Yes.
So you don't know when the exact photograph that's on the screen was taken.
It
right?
was
It's like
taken
Google
on,
Earth.
well, Pictometry is telling us this photograph was taken on April 15th of 2022.
Well, no, isn't that the date that you submitted?
No, that's the date provided to us by Pictometry reflecting when the photograph was taken.
Well, you don't know that, right?
Uh,
You don't know that the photo was taken on that exact date, right?
I'm going to object to asked and answered. That was actually already answered on cross and was part of the direct, that the date up here
I'm sorry,
represents the date of the photograph.
I don't think I got an answer to that exact question. That's my only question, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
Does
well,
he
but
know?
I think he did answer it, but I guess the issue there, well, let's see this. Mr. Fernandez, anything in the agreement between the city and Pictometry where in fact they, to the city's satisfaction, confirm that all photos will be on the exact date in real time?
I haven't reviewed the agreement, and so I can't speak to the language in the agreement, but in practice, and certainly, let me rephrase that. I can say, looking at the website, that this is saying Pictometry is essentially representing to us that this photograph was taken on April 15th, 2022. It's crucial to the nature of our use of the program that the photographs accurately are dated, or are accurately dated, excuse me. And so absent some sort of malfeasance or error on Pictometry's part, which I would have to imagine would be extremely rare, I can say with a pretty high degree of confidence that this photograph is taken on April 15th, 2022.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'll reserve argument.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, then we can take that down. What I'd like
Thank you very
then
much.
is to have final argument. Mr. DeMarco, would you please present your argument, and then we'll finish up with Mr. Cohen.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just want to put on, it's very clear. It should be clear that the city's violation, that it is now saying it did give to CGI Construction, gave the applicant until, and this violation I would submit was consistent with that section that I put on, that's this section here, which is the critical section for this case that this board needs to interpret. It's the essence of due process and fundamental fairness to our businesses in the city of Philadelphia, that you give them an opportunity to correct the violation. It says that when the department determines that grounds exist for a revocation, it shall serve written notice stating the nature of the violation, all right? You look at the violation. There we go. There's no notice that the violation was for too long of an overhang. It says to you that it was enclosed. Now, I understand the city has a Pictometry website that says he still had it up in April. I don't think there's a dispute that he eventually complied the violation. The department should not be revoking a permit when it gives the applicant additional time to comply. You have in writing the letter of revocations dated January 18th, 2022, and the violation says he had until February 11th, 2022 to make the repairs. So the city's revocation of this permit is per se contrary to the appropriate section, which is A 302.9.1. This applicant's going to have to start over from square one, pay for new plans, new engineering fees. It's expensive. It's a small business. It's a significant expense for this client. There's no dispute that he knows he should not have enclosed it. There's no dispute that he ultimately did comply. So why does he have to submit the same plans if he can just marry the canopy to what was approved? I heard for the first time today that the awning was too long. The applicant heard that for the first time today. Why does he have to start over? And this board, I'm sure, knows how long and convoluted the eclipse process is. It'll take him months. Now, look, I get that the city wants to extract their pound of flesh and wants to punish, and fine. But you got to follow the code, Mr. Chairman. You got to do what it said. When the code says it shall serve written notice, stating the nature, and then it says, allow for a reasonable period with which compliance with all the permits shall be achieved. You can't revoke the permit during the period that you give them to comply. It's completely in error. It's the city admitted that the actual, I thought I heard Mr. Cohen say that the violations are complied, because he mentioned he didn't want to talk about the violations and said this issue is just about the revocation. But I don't think there's any dispute that he complied. So why does he have to start over? It makes no sense to me. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen?
Thank you. I actually would like to share exactly what Mr. DeMarco was showing on screen, the revocation of the permit. And Mr. DeMarco is correct. When the department determines grounds exist for revocation, it serves written notice, and it also says how it can be complied. And how it can be complied is kind of crucial here, because we see down here this particular part of the condition of the permit, compliance with the construction documents that were approved by L&I. There is no way that you can take an enclosed structure with 3 walls and conform it to a permit for a canopy. But one way that you can comply with the code, as Board Member Pincus pointed out, you submit a new permit application with new building plans and new approval for that enclosure to block more of the sidewalk than a canopy would. And that's exactly what is in this permit revocation letter. The permit revocation letter says you're revoked for exceeding the scope of this permit by building a full accessory structure instead of just a canopy. And by the way, if you want to build the full accessory structure, you need a new permit application. So it's not the city that is saying you can't go back to your old plans. The city is saying, if you want to do this new thing, submit a new plan. That's the requirement. Of course, later on, as we saw in the photographs, Mr. DeNubli did remove parts of the walls. I'll go to page 13 in the packet. So yes, we do see that he has removed parts of the walls, but you did hear Inspector Chen say the overhang is still a little bit too long, and this underhanging piece here is not part of the original plan. And that could be important, considering we need to know under a new building permit whether or how this particular piece of structure is affixed to the canopy. Is it going to fall down? Is it going to hurt a patron? Or is it properly screwed in, affixed, bolted, whatever? That's why we need new approved plans and a new submission for a new building permit, because even today, what is built there is still not in accordance with the previous plan that was submitted way back when in 2021. And now here's also the important part. You also heard from Mr. DeNubli, who he claimed that he immediately, as soon as he got the January 18th, 2022 revocation letter, he claimed to have removed the sides of the enclosure. And you heard Mr. DeMarco make make a point that if he had done that, then he should have reached out to L&I, and that could have been compliance within that February 11th compliance period, even though the notice of violations was issued to CGI Construction and not to Mr. DeNubli. But regardless, if that had happened, we might not be here today. But what we did see from pictometry.phila.gov is in April, 3 months later, that enclosure is still there. And I would submit to this board that that is not a reasonable amount of time in which this was corrected. 3 months later, it was still there. 3 months later, the permit is still validly revoked.
Okay,
And that
thank you
leads me
very
to my final point,
Oh.
just about the difference between violations and a permit revocation. The permit revocation looks backwards. At the time that you were caught, were you in violation of a condition of the permit? And the answer here is yes. No one is arguing different. For the violations, the question is, can you fix it later on? And how much later? And does the city need to file an enforcement action, seek fines, go to court, yada, yada? And the city has stipulated that's not the case here. He has removed part of the walls. The city has marked the violations as complied. And now there's a new violation potentially for you need a permit that conforms to what's still built there. And it's still not, it still doesn't match the previously approved plans. But as for the permit that was revoked back in January of 2022, nothing has changed. He still built a 3-walled enclosure. It was still that way 3 months later, and that's valid grounds to revoke the permit. Thank you very much, members of the board.
Okay, thank you very much. If there's no further comment from members of the board, just one moment.
Mr. Chairman, would it be appropriate if we had a brief
Yes.
executive conference?
Yes, it's now 4:10. The board will take executive session for 5 minutes and return at 4:15. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. We're back on the record regarding HA-2022-00787, Sal DeNubli, 2654 South Alder Street, City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you. The vote has been city affirmed. Mr. DeMarco, as you are aware, you may appeal the decision of this board should you and your client decide to do that. Thank you very much for your participation and your patience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Thank you.
Brings us to case 20.
It's 20.
Case number 20, hearing appeal number HA 2022-000940, Kevin Kelly, 6831 Norwich Drive.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Members of the board, I apologize. It's me again.
Mr. Cohen? Okay, who's representing Mr. Kelly?
Mr. Chairman, it's just me, Kevin Kelly. I'm the new director at the Simeon Museum.
Okay,
As
now
a preliminary
just one
matter-
moment. Yeah, okay, Ms. Cohen, we're going to get to that pretty quickly. I think we're on the same page. There's a different name on the screen, and Amanda Jimenez.
Yes, Amanda was here with me earlier. She is our operations manager, and she had to go home with take her children from school. So
Okay.
I'm signed on through her program here.
Okay, and your relationship to this matter?
I'm the director of the museum, so I went to L&I with when we received this complaint.
Okay. Yes, sir,
This
Mr.
is-
Cohen.
This is also a permit revocation matter, and the permit holder and the owner of the property is the Frederick A. Simeon MD Foundation Incorporated, which I understand is a nonprofit. I would ask Mr. Kelly to explain the relationship between the Simeon Museum and the nonprofit owner of the property and holder of the permit.
Okay, before we do that, Mr. Kelly, raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be true so help you God?
I do, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kelly, can you answer that question?
Dr. Simeon created a foundation that's a trust, and the museum is within that trust. It's an automobile museum. Does that answer, Mr. Cohen?
I guess the question that the city has is one of standing, again, because the permit holder is it sounds like the trust, the Frederick A. Simeon MD Foundation, but the museum is not necessarily the permit holder nor the owner of the property. It sort of operates on the property as, it sounds like a tenant or some other relationship.
Oh, that is a good question. We're within the trust.
Okay, Mr. Kelly, maybe a better issue here is that do you have an attorney representing your interests?
It sounds like we probably do need an attorney.
Yeah, for these matters, as a corporation, as a corporation, you need an account. You can't do that as the individual. Yes, you need a corporation to represent your interests.
Yes, that's my misunderstanding. I thought that I would be going into the city and meet with a couple of people and really be told what I need to do to make this right. Dr.
Did you
Signor
s-
passed away in June, so I see
You-
now this is,
Yeah, this is very different. Did you submit the appeal yourself?
yes, I did.
Okay, the appeal suggests a formal hearing. This is what you're having, a formal hearing, which means legal counsel with major consequences for the appellant.
I see, yes. I apologize to the board members and yourself.
Okay, let's do this, Mr. Cohen. If you don't object, let's continue
Well,
this matter.
unfortunately, I have to.
Okay, what's
In
the
addition
objection?
to Will Fernandez from L&I, we actually have a participant from Moore and Associates Engineering from South Carolina, Mr. Philip Hart. And Mr. Philip Hart was kind enough to take time out of his schedule to be with us today. I don't know if we can impose again on his schedule for several hours at a follow-up continued hearing.
Yeah, I completely understand your concern and the issue, Mr. Cohen. The issue, though, is that given this matter, it's a corporate entity, and we have a very strict rule not to proceed without a legal counsel.
And that
Given
I
the
understand. And I would point out for the record, on the actual appeal application, representation by an attorney, it says is not required unless you are a corporation or LLC. I would at least make the argument that the wording on the appeal paperwork doesn't sound like it would apply to a nonprofit.
Well, nonprofit is a corporation.
Well,
That's a legal. That's a legal
to a person who
definition.
understands the legal definition, yes, but to a
Okay.
lay person.
Well, let's do this. I hear the ruling of the board is that this is a corporation. Not-for-profits who come before us before have been asked and directed to get legal counsel. And in this instance, that's what will be required. He has to have a lawyer. And I understand the issue of the expert witness. I appreciate that. But in this instance, I don't think we can proceed unless I'm hearing something different from my legal counsel. Okay, so we're going to continue that. My apologies to Mr. Phillip and to others who've been sitting through this at this point, but we can't proceed until we proceed get legal counsel. Now, what I will concede, though, I will be willing to relist this as quickly as possible. I don't know the nature of the violation, but I'm willing to relist this as quickly as possible. Add on.
For the record, this is a revocation of a permit.
What type of permit?
A building permit for the construction of 2 prefab garages on the museum's property.
Okay, thank you very much. That's important. Mr. Kelly, please get a lawyer like tomorrow.
Yes, sir. And Mr. Cohen, please accept my apology. I'm very sorry for the other people involved.
That's understood, but thank you. And
Okay.
thank you also to Mr. Hart, who unfortunately has joined us just to be continued. But I thank you very much, Mr. Hart, for coming and
Okay.
for seeing the proceedings before this board.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay,
Brings us to case 25.
25.
Hearing appeal number HA 2022-001-332. Daryl and Lisa McKinney, 3630 North Bouvier Street.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Amy Skiles on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, and Daryl and Lisa McKinney, are they present?
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Let's do this. Before we get started, I'll need to have you both raise your hands so you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You can place your hands down. Ms. Skiles, do you have any witnesses?
Yes, I have Inspector Herbert, who is on the call. At least he was on the call. Inspector Herbert, are you there?
Ms. Skiles, can you proceed without him?
I cannot. He is,
He was on under a different name, but I can't see I'm not seeing the name that he was on under either.
he's my only witness in the matter. He was on,
Excuse me,
Let's
if you
do
give me
this.
a minute, I'll try to reach out to Miss Blaney. She's his supervisor.
Okay, let's do this. And actually, this comes at a time where I think I want to go off the record for 5 minutes. Mrs. McKinney, my apologies. I assume it's Mr. and Mrs., correct?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Okay, my apologies, but we're going to take a 5-minute off the record so they can find this witness and we can come back to you, okay?
That's fine. Thank you.
Let's start it.
Case number 25, hearing appeal number HA 2022-001332, Darrell and Lisa McKinney, 3630 North Bouvier Street.
All right, thank you. Mr. and Mrs. McKinney have been sworn. Ms. Scouse, please proceed with your witness.
Yes, I have one witness to call today, Inspector Michael Herbert. He does need to be sworn into the record.
Okay, Mr. Herbert, are you present?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Herbert, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Place your hand down.
Okay, Inspector Herbert, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the License and Inspection Vacant Property Unit.
Okay, and how long have you been employed with the Department of License and Inspections?
Since July of 2017.
Okay, and are you familiar with the property located at 3630 North Bouvier Street?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with that property?
I had a service request from the property some time ago, and I wrote a case, built a case from that. Not sure whether it was a windows and doors program or whatever, but a case was written for vacant without license, in poor condition, trash and debris, some other items like handrails and step repairs and things like that, no address affixed to the property for fire safety and that type of thing.
Okay, so so you have you physically been to the property?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and so based on your visit to the property and what you observed, you wrote a notice of violation?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and with the permission of the board, I will now share my screen.
Please.
Okay, Inspector Herbert, can you see what is identified as City Exhibit 1?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is depicted on the screen? What is the document that is marked City Exhibit 1?
It is a notice of violation.
Okay, and what is the property in violation in this notice?
3630 North Bouvier Street.
Okay, and what is the date of this notice of violation?
It is February 12th, 2022.
Okay, and what are the violations that are cited in this notice of violation?
Okay, so we would have cited vacant property standard, vacant property, vacant without license. I would have written trash and debris. I would have written, if I can read a little bit, my bigger screen is better. Trash and debris in the window, 3 windows boarded, and also the address. And if I'm not mistaken, well, I will see, wait and see what's on here. Yeah, handrails and guardrails. And basically the treatment of the property, the exterior condition of the property.
Okay. And so I will now move on to City Exhibit 2. Can you see the document that is identified, that's been marked for identification as City Exhibit 2?
Yes.
And what is this document?
This is a final notice violation.
And this was sent for the same property in question, 3630 North Bouvier Street?
Yes.
And the same violations are also listed in this final notice of violation?
Yes.
Okay. I'll now move on to City Exhibit 3. Okay. Can you see the photograph that's marked City Exhibit 3?
Yes,
And what is this photograph?
this is the rear of the property.
Okay. And are there any violations depicted in this photograph?
Well, the overgrown weeds in the rear, if it's usually a part of it, when I wrote the case, it was definitely a part of it. Trash and debris in the rear. And then graffiti. I don't think I wrote graffiti. It's not enough, but the porch roof was part of it.
Okay.
And the facade of the property is in the maintenance of the property.
Okay. Moving on to this photograph. What does this photograph depict?
This is the side of the property. It is the end of the row, end of the block. And this is boarded windows.
Okay. And this photograph, what does this photograph depict?
This is the front facade of the building, and it's a boarded window. And the steps are in poor condition.
Okay. And are boarded windows permitted under the Philadelphia Code?
No, they're not.
Okay. Okay, I'm moving on to another series of photographs. These were taken February 11th, 2022. Has the condition been improved at all?
Somewhat, but because it was February, of course, the weeds have died. But no, it's pretty much the same.
And you still see that boarded up window on the side of the property?
Yes.
Okay. And once again, the front of the property is still in violation as well?
Yes.
And when was your most recent visit to the property?
I believe on the 20, let me just give you the exact date. On the 27th of January.
January 27th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay, and is this a photograph of the rear of the property that you took on January 27th, 2023?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what do we see in this photograph?
Trash and debris.
Trash. And this is the front of the property?
Yes, it is.
And we still see that front window is boarded up and in violation of the Philadelphia Code?
Yes.
Okay. And what does this final photograph depict?
The side of the building with the window boarded remains.
Okay. Okay. And then this is my final picture. What does this photograph depict?
It's another of the rear of the property showing the porch roof and the rear facade of the building. Somewhat patched. I see they made some effort. A couple of the violations were complied.
Okay. Which violations were complied?
For the address affixed and for the handrails and guardrails.
Okay, but the remainder of the violations that were cited in this initial notice of violation remain to be out of compliance.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, has a vacant property license been obtained for the property?
To date, it has not.
It has not. Okay. So as of today's hearing, this property remains in violation of the Philadelphia Code?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I have no further questions for Inspector Herbert.
Okay, Mr. or Mrs. McKinney, which of you will be asking questions?
It would be me, Mr. McKinney.
Okay, do you have any cross-examination of the inspector?
I
Based on his
don't at all.
testimony? Okay,
Yes,
no,
I don't at all. His testimony is all correct. He
Okay.
is correct about the issues
okay.
that we.
Well, in a moment, you'll be able to tell us your side, but I just wanted to check see if
Okay.
you had any cross-examination. Ms. Scowls,
No.
anything else?
Nothing further. I rest my case.
Okay, okay, Mr. McKinney, what is
Oh,
your?
I'm sorry. I would just ask to move the city exhibits into the record.
Okay, so noted, moved into record. Okay, thank you. Mr. McKinney, what is your understanding of what's happening here?
Yeah, the inspector is correct. There was some work that was done there Basically, we just need some additional time, you know, without giving you a long drawn out story. It was just some health issues and some financial issues that we have worked through. And we just need some additional time to be able to make this thing right.
Okay, I do have a couple of questions for you. Do you live in that residence?
We don't. It's a rental property, but we do have plans on moving into the property in about a year.
Okay. Is there any reason why you didn't obtain a vacant property license?
Just financial reasons, because there was years back that was owed and we needed to, we tried to address the violations first, use the money to address the violations first. As you can see on the side of the building, there was some loose concrete because the concrete work was done there. I should say the stucco work was done there in 1978. So what we did do was we actually put boards on the windows because some of the windows were broken out, and we did remove the loose concrete you can see along the side of the building where it's squared off. And a lot of the weeds in the back was taken down. I think there was a piece of capping that was in the back that we took down.
Okay, how long have you owned the property?
Since 1987.
And you haven't done any work since then?
No, it was completely rehabbed back in I think it was 95. It was completely rehabbed.
1995?
Mostly the interior.
Okay, but not exterior. Okay.
No, not the only thing that was done exterior was just windows and painting.
Okay. Alrighty. Anyone else have any questions?
Yes, I guess I'd like to know, you've had a year since the first violations were written up. It's now a year later. And you said you're planning to move back into the property, but how long do you expect it'll be before you're able to complete repairs and make it habitable? Or in the meantime, are you going to get a vacant property license? And I guess the other part is the inspector has said that the code doesn't permit you to have boarded up windows. And I understand if you unboard them, they get broken probably, but it's a catch-22. But how are you going to deal with this?
Well, the first thing we're going to do is get the vacant property license because the windows will need to stay boarded until they can be replaced. And again, we had to work through some financial challenges because of some illnesses, which we're actively working at now, actually getting a refinancing the home that we're staying in now to use the funds to work on that building. So in long and short, in about 90 days, we should be able to cure the violations, to get the violations taken care of. We had some extensive plans to do some exterior rehab and to, you see the shed that's in the back, we're going to have that taken off, but we have to get a set of drawings for all the work that we're going to do there.
Thank you. I'm wondering if 90 days, if you're going to get all this done in 90 days. But...
Well, in 90 days, the intent is to cure the violations, to secure the vacant property license, to get the stucco work done on the outside, which is, and I believe there's some trash that's in the backyard. We keep taking trash out and somebody keeps throwing trash over. We're also gonna do something with the fence there so it stops people from even though we put a padlock, they still can pull it and get it open and they throw trash in. So the main thing we're going to do in the next 90 days is, one, get the vacant property license. Two is finish the stucco work that needs to be done outside, remove the trash from the yard, and then we have to get 2 additional permits to add some outside lighting and to put a fence across the back. Those are the things we're going to do in 90 days. It'll probably be, closer to a year before we can, start the major rehab and be able to move into the property.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from anyone? Okay. Anything else? Ms. Allison, you have any closing argument?
No, nothing really. We would just be asking for a city affirm today. I don't think there's any kind of debate or contest that the violations do exist at the property. So we would just be asking for a city affirm.
Okay, thank you, Mr. and Mrs. McKinney. Any final words before we vote?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, then we will poll the board regarding HA-2022-001332, Daryl and Lisa McKinney, city affirm with 90-day stay of enforcement.
city affirm 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 90-day stay of enforcement.
Thank you. Mr. McKinney, Mr. and Mrs. McKinney, what you heard is the vote to affirm the city's position. However, we've also included a requirement that they wait for at least 90 days before there's any additional enforcement action taken against you. That gives you some breathing room to get these violations corrected. Okay?
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Thank
Okay,
you
have a
so
good
much.
afternoon. You're welcome.
You
Have a
too.
good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
we had a request from council for the city to call case number 44 next, Lashia Clark.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Already? Sure.
Case number 44, hearing appeal number HA 2023-000138. Lashia Clark, 2125 West Cambria.
Okay, and I believe that's Ms. Nakia Clark representing the city of Philadelphia. Am I correct?
That's correct. Nakia Clark on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Nakia Clark, do you have any witnesses for today?
Yes, so this case is in reference to an intent to cease for the property at 2125 West Cambria Street, which is currently zoned for a single family use, but is being currently occupied as a multifamily dwelling. And at this time, the city would like to call Inspector Francine Griffin.
Okay. Ms. Griffin? Is Ms. Griffin with us today?
She was. 1 second. I don't see her right now, but she was here.
Okay, do you need her to continue this matter?
Yeah, we need the inspector here. She was the one who was at the property.
Okay, what can we do to connect with this inspector?
Without the inspector, the city was going to request the city affirm with the 30-day stay. I'm not sure if the
Well, we
petitioner-
aren't there yet, so I need you
That's
to tell
fine.
me what we're gonna do to get in contact with the inspector if you need that person for the case.
So I can try to get in contact with the inspector. You can call another case, or we can see
Okay.
if
Well, now, was there some pressing reason why we were calling this matter out of order? You aren't ready yet. Is there any?
the
something
petitioner made a
else?
request in the
Okay,
chat.
okay. Ms. Clark, is there, oh, you haven't been sworn. Ms. Clark, raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth so help you God?
I do.
Okay, is there a pressing matter that's keeping you from requiring that you leave right away?
Yes.
Okay, well, we got a bit of a problem here. We need a witness to put your case on. And so I'm going to give Ms. Clark 10 minutes or so to try to find that person. Can you hold on for 10 minutes?
Are you talking to me or
I'm going to give the city, Ms. Nakia Clark, 10 minutes to find her witness. Okay, can you hold on, Ms. Laisha Clark?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to another matter. Ms. Clark, you have 10 minutes to try to find your witness.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wade, can we call another matter?
Sure. That would bring us to case number 29. Hearing appeal number HA 2022-001417. Brandon Taylor, 37 South 60th Street.
Good
Okay.
afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the board. Mary Costello on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. There is one issue with this matter that I just wanted to address before any hearing. The appellant that filed the appeal does not occupy the property and is not the owner of the property. I believe he is related to the owner of the property, so he would not have standing.
Okay, so who is the Mr. Brandon Taylor? Are you present? I see a Brandon Taylor, but he's muted.
My apologies. Yes, I'm present.
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what is your relationship to this property?
It is my father's property, George Taylor. I am his power of attorney and son,
Okay, who owns the property?
George Taylor.
Is there a corporation involved?
I'm not sure if he has a corporation. My father went ill around the top of the year last year, and I took over his affairs at that time. So I've kind of just been
Whose name was on the deed?
George Taylor.
Anyone else's name on the deed?
No.
Okay, do you have copy of your power of attorney?
Yes, I do.
Have you shared that with the city?
Yes, I believe so.
No, he has not. I've not received anything.
Okay.
Okay, so that's, Mr. Taylor, before we proceed, we may have to continue this because the city, with one, normally the individual owner and it has standing, someone who doesn't own the property or live in the property has standing to bring an appeal. Or unless you can do it, of course, potentially with an attorney, but you are representing yourself, correct?
Yes.
And in order for us to agree to allow that to happen, we need to see the power of attorney to be certain that in fact you have legal authority to do and to say what you may say in this hearing, because it will have potentially a major negative impact on the building itself. And your face is fading out. I can barely see you.
My apologies.
Miss Costello, what's the nature of the violation here?
There are several violations. There are defective heating system. There's fire certification violations. I think in total, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 violations that we would be addressing.
And this is a vacant or occupied building?
I believe it is occupied.
Mr. Taylor, is the building occupied?
Yes, the building is occupied.
How many units?
It's a 4 units on top and a commercial unit on the bottom.
Wow. Okay. Let's do this. Can you have the ability to email a copy of that power of attorney to Ms. Costello?
I do.
Okay, Ms. Costello, what I'm thinking we should do, have him email that. We'll go back to the previous case and come back to you after you've read it. And if you and Mr. Taylor understand something, Ms. Costello gets to decide based on her legal review of the document if it meets the city standards. If it doesn't, you will have to go and hire an attorney.
That's fine.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So let's do this. Let's go back to the previous matter and with Miss Aisha Clark on 2125 West Cambria. And Mr. Kia Clark, are you present and ready?
One moment. Okay, the city's ready to proceed.
Okay, your inspector has been identified?
Yeah, she's here.
Okay.
In just 1 second.
Okay, Mr. Wade, would you read this matter again, just so we can have the, make sure the record is clear?
Case number 44, hearing appeal number HA 2023-000138. Lashia Clark, 2125 West Cambria Street.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Nakia Clark, representing the city of Philadelphia. Who is your witness?
So at this time, the city would like to call Inspector Francine Griffin.
Okay, Ms. Griffin, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You can place your hand down.
So good afternoon, Inspector Griffin.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name and occupation for the board?
Francine Griffin, Code Enforcement Inspector.
And how long have you been working in that role?
I believe since 2009.
And what are some of your primary duties briefly within that role?
I basically enforce the fire code and property maintenance code for licenses and inspections.
Are you familiar with the property at 2125 West Cambria Street?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with that property?
I actually obtained that case. It was a previous case that was issued back in 2020. And so I reissued the case for the zoning because the property is zoned, it's a single family, but it's being used as a multiple, it's being used as apartments. There are different apartments within the property.
So have you had an opportunity to review the LNI paperwork for this case?
Yes.
Okay, with the board's permission, I'm going to share my screen.
Yes.
So at this time, I'm showing you what has been marked by the city previously as City's Exhibit 1. Inspector Griffin, what are we looking at here?
It's kind of hard to see, but it looks like the initial violation notice that was sent to the owner.
And what are the violations that is listed here for the property?
For the owner to obtain the zoning for the current use.
And is this document, this NOV, kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
At this time, I'm showing the board what has been previously marked as the city's Exhibit 2. Scrolling down to the next page. Inspector Griffin, what are we looking at here?
That is the intent to cease notice that was issued after the owner did not respond to the initial violation notice.
And is this document also kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
And who was this document sent to?
The actual intent to cease notice was mailed to the owner, but it was delivered. I delivered it to the property.
I'm going to zoom out. But at this time, the city is showing Inspector Griffin and the petitioner what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit 3. Inspector Griffin, what are we looking at here?
That is the rear of the property. And I just took a picture of the picometers showing that there is more than 1 meter to the unit, to the property.
And when was this photograph taken?
That was taken on November the 21st, 2022.
So is this photograph an accurate depiction on the date and time in question of the property?
Yes.
And in your experience as an inspector, does this meter, which shows 1, 2, 3, 4, does that indicate that there is multiple dwellings at the property?
Yes.
Inspector Griffin, what are we looking at here in the second photo in City's Exhibit 3?
That is the rear door, I'm assuming, to the rear apartment on the first floor.
And again, what date and time was this photograph taken, and were you the inspector who took the photograph?
Yes, November 21st, 2022. 1:41 p.m.
And lastly, Inspector, what are we looking at here?
That is the front of the property.
And when was this photograph taken?
November 21st, 2022.
And again, does this photograph accurately depict the date and time in question for the property?
Yes.
Inspector Griffin, you indicated that currently the property is not zoned for a multifamily dwelling and that the violation says as such. What does the petitioner and the owner have to do, and is this property currently in compliance?
Well, what the owner needs to do is apply for the zoning for the current use. If not, then the owner needs to return the property back to its legal use, which is a single-family dwelling.
No further questions at this time.
Ms. Clark, do you have any cross-examination of Inspector Griffin based on her testimony? Keep in mind, you can tell us your side of things in general a little later, but do you have any cross-examination?
No,
Okay, thank you. Ms. Clark, any additional witnesses?
no,
I have a
I'm
question.
sorry, Ms. Nakia Clark, do you have any additional witnesses?
No, not at this time.
Okay, okay, Ms. Laisha Clark, would you explain to us why you're appealing this matter?
well, I am appealing the matter because for starters, I did reach once I received the letter, which was 9 days before January 18th. I reached out to my landlord and notified him of the notice. He asked me to send him a picture of the notice. I sent it. I sent the notice. He said he had his people on it, whatever that means. I don't know who his people is. I contacted Ms. Francine. I also contacted a Kimberly at the LNI office herself, and she's the one who told me how to appeal the notice to buy extra time because I did not have money to move in 9 days, and I was also unaware of the initial notice.
Okay, how many tenants live in the building?
It's let me see. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know if it's someone in the rear of the first floor, but I know it's myself, it's someone above me, and it's someone across from her. So there's 3 people so far that I know of.
3 of the units are occupied.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
I did inform my landlord that I had to attend court. I did appeal it to buy more time because I didn't have the funds to move right away with my 3 children. He informed me that he was going to have his attorney write a letter, and I'm guessing he just trying to buy time to still collect rent, be able to collect rent and keep it going. Yeah, so.
Okay. All
I
right.
have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Clark, I'm Ms. Nakia Clark. I'm gonna address it to you. 2020 Inc. Is that the owner of the property?
Yes.
Well, Mr. Nakia Clark, he was asking, Ms.
I'm
Clark.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, 2020 Inc. is the owner of the property.
And have there been any discussions with them?
Well, they haven't reached out and filed an appeal in regards to the violations listed at the property. The appeal was filed by the tenant in this
Okay,
case.
and I don't see how the tenant is going to. Anyway, no more questions. Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
I have a question.
Yes, sir. Mr. Pincus.
Inspector Griffin, were you able to go in the property and see whether it's basically safe and livable at the present time?
No, I was not able to gain access to the property. When I went out in November, I left a card in the front and there's a side door in the rear, but no one contacted me.
So you don't know if there is an adequate fire protection alarm systems, smoke detectors?
No.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Miss Laisha Clark, how long have you lived in this building?
I lived there in April, it'll make 2 years.
2 years? Do you know how long the longest person has lived there?
I honestly, I'm not aware. I don't know. Before,
Okay.
when I moved there 2 years ago, it was completely empty. So I was the first one back in the building.
Okay, so had the building been renovated when you moved in?
No, nothing was done. Even after I reached out for him to fix several things, nothing was ever done.
Okay, are there smoke detectors in your apartment?
No.
Do you have heat?
Yes,
Is that central heat for the whole building or just for your unit?
it's just for my unit.
How is your unit heated?
I'm guess electric.
Electric meaning the space heaters or electric What
No,
kind of
there's
electric?
like, there's wall heaters, like, it's like wall heaters.
Okay. Do you have water?
Yes,
Hot water?
yes,
You have electric?
yes.
Okay. Okay. Anyone else have anything? Ms. Griffin, is there any reason why you haven't been able to get inside?
No, no one's contacted me for me to get inside, so
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that,
Yes,
I
sir.
can do an inspection as long as I can gain access.
Was there anyone there when you were there to answer the door, anything like that?
No,
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tennant?
yeah, Miss Laisha Clark, you
Yes,
mentioned you reached out to Inspector Griffin.
yes, I did.
Okay, did you reach out to her to let her know that she could come in and inspect your
She
unit?
never informed, she never asked to come in. When I reached out to her, I just was, I think I just reached out to her just in, trying to find out more information about the inspection when the initial letter was sent, and, to let her know that I filed an appeal.
Understand. Thank you. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all right, thank you. Anyone else have any questions of either the inspector or Miss Laisha Clark? Okay, Miss Laisha Clark, have you made any progress relocating locating a new apartment?
No, I haven't. I'm actually, I haven't. I'm working now, and I also filed my taxes, so I'm waiting for everything to come back. I have 3 children to take care of, one of which has asthma. I don't have, the means to just up and move,
Okay,
and he was still asking for rent.
okay. Well, you may want to check with some of the agencies around town regarding your requirement that you pay rent if there's a cease operations on the apartment. I doubt if you're required to pay rent in that instance. But the other thing that's important here, we need to have an interior inspection. So it'd be helpful to that. Do you know, Miss Laisha Clark, do you know if any of the other residents are going to move?
I'm not really sure. Only other resident in the building that I talked to was the young lady over top of me, because she was the one who brought the letter to my attention. I'm not sure if she's moving anytime soon or had plans of moving. I don't know. I don't even know if she contacted the landlord.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And Miss Griffin, when you wrote the cease, what was the basis for the cease? It's not the violation necessarily, but for the cease.
the zoning.
Zoning was
Zoning.
okay. Was that principally the basis for the cease?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mhm.
So, Miss Nakia Clark, do you have any further argument?
Yes, so just to reiterate, the basis of the cease is the zoning issue at the property. And as the petitioner has stated today, there are other individuals who are living at the property. So with that information, the city would respectfully request the city affirm with a 30-day stay of enforcement.
Okay. Regard to the if the occupancy is reduced down to 1 occupied unit, would that satisfy the issue of the code in terms of single family dwelling?
Yes.
I'm asking Miss Nakia Clark.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there's nothing else from anyone, we will then poll the board regarding HA-2023-000138. Laisha Clark, 2125 West Cambria Street. City affirmed with a 120-day stay of enforcement.
I'm gonna say city affirmed, but I'm gonna go for a 90-day stay of enforcement.
Okay,
See what our colleagues think.
City affirmed 120 days stay of enforcement.
City affirm 120-day stay enforcement.
City affirmed 120 day stay enforcement.
I'll go back to 120 days and go along with my fellow board members.
okay, well, thank you. Alrighty. The vote is city affirm 120-day stay of enforcement. Now, Ms. Laisha Clark, you can appeal this decision. And if you need information as to how to do that, then you should call the office and they can give you instruction or information. What you've heard is a vote to affirm the city's right to hold the landlord accountable, but we're giving you 120 days to find a new residents before they take the action to cease, empty the building. Understood?
Yes, thank you so much. And I do have a question. How do
Yes.
I go about getting information as far as rent? Like if he's asking for rent, what do I do?
You need to check in. You can call Community Legal Services. I believe you should be able to call LNI itself, and they can give you some information, direction. Check in with your city council person. Those people can direct you to housing services. Understood?
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
What do we have next?
If Ms. Costello is ready for Brandon Taylor, I could call that back in.
Okay.
Yes, yep, I reviewed the document.
Okay, that's case number 29, hearing appeal number HA 2022-001-417, Brandon Taylor, 37 South 60th Street.
Okay. Before we proceed, Ms. Costello, you have an opportunity to review the document.
I did. So just to be clear for the record, I reviewed the springing general durable power of attorney for George L. Taylor. And in the portion of the durable power of attorney that says its effective date and durability, it says the power of attorney shall become effective upon my disability or incapacity, and my incapacity shall be deemed to exist as of the date of a certificate executed by 2 licensed physicians, which certificate states that I'm unable to care for myself and that I am physically or mentally incapable of managing my financial affairs. So my only question would be, does Mr. Taylor have the certificate executed by 2 licensed physicians, which would make this durable power of attorney effective?
Yes, I do.
Did you have those present?
I didn't. My apologies. I forgot that it was written like that, but I do have that documentation
From 2 physicians?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what we're going to do, Mr. Taylor, you understand the need to preserve the rights of an owner of real property is super critical.
Yes,
And
I'm gonna send that over to her right now.
hear me out. Hear me out. We are incredibly concerned about details in all these matters, principally because we don't want anyone to take advantage of someone and make decisions about their property. And so that's why we're doing this. So what we're going to do is allow you to email that. But in the meantime, Ms. Costello, again, my apologies to you. But we're going to call another case while he sends that to you. So you can take a look at it, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's call another case.
Case number
So-
31. Case number 31, hearing appeal number HA 2022-001-455, Frankfurt Avenue Real Estate LLC, 4606 through 08 Frankfurt Avenue.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Yes, good afternoon. Amy Skiles on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, who is anyone representing Mr. Aaron Gross Esquire? Ms. Skiles, have you spoken to anyone about this matter?
I have reached out to Mr. Gross a number of times, and I have not heard anything back from him.
Okay. Are you confident that he's aware of today's hearing and date and schedule?
I am not entirely sure if he is. I've emailed him and called him, but I haven't heard anything back.
Notice was sent.
Notice was sent, so the company has been served.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So Ms. Skiles, what's your pleasure?
We would ask for a city affirm for non-appearance.
Okay, and just Mr. Wade, before we proceed, did you check the everybody who's in on the screen that there's no one representing themselves as C. Aaron Gross or related to C. Aaron Gross, correct?
No. I'm getting.
Okay. Just in case someone's muted who is, trying to get our attention. I just want to make
don't-
sure we don't proceed unless we check.
There's an AOP Blizz, but that doesn't. So no, I don't see anything
Okay,
remotely close to it.
okay. All right, Mr. Pincus, what time do you have?
5:17 PM.
5:17 PM? Okay. Ms. Scowls, what is your pleasure?
Yes, we just asked for a city affirm today for non-appearance.
Okay, thank you. We'll poll the board regarding HA-2022-001455 Frankfurt Avenue Real Estate LLC, 4606-08 Frankfurt Avenue, city affirm non-appearance.
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 Sir, are you able to hear us?
We're in the midst of a vote.
Yes.
Excuse me, sir, just one moment. Complete the vote, please.
That's the gentleman who may be the owner.
Yes, this is David
We've
Demagi.
been trying to speak. No one was able to hear us for some reason.
Okay, wait a minute, back up. Your name, sir?
David Demagi,
And what is your relationship to this property?
owner. I'm a member of the LLC, sir.
Okay, where's the attorney?
He's currently on medical leave.
Okay, you have to have an attorney representing you in this matter.
Yes, and that's why he just went recently on medical leave.
So
Our
where's your
only-
other attorney?
We don't have one present. Our
Okay,
only appeal here was that they put it on the wrong property.
okay, wait a minute, hold on a second. Mr. McSherry, I guess we're in the middle of a vote. We can rescind that vote, I suppose, and address the matter in front of us.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Sir, give us your name again, please.
David Demagi, Damaghi.
Okay, Ms. Scowls, does that name appear in any of the documents that you have?
Based on my research on the property, I do believe that Mr. Demagi is the owner of the corporation that owns the property. I would believe that
Okay.
he is the owner. However, it is an LLC that owns the property, so an attorney would need to be present today.
Okay, Mr. DeMarco, two things. One, raise your right hand so that you may be sworn, so that you're on the record and under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, and sir, you need an attorney to represent you in this matter, and so you're going to have to get someone else. We can't hear this today.
Okay.
Okay.
The issue is our property.
Well, whatever the issue is, we can't hear it today because you're on the record and you don't have an attorney to speak for you to represent your interests. So if Mr. Gross can't do it, you need to hire someone else. There's no one else in this company that can represent you?
At this time, I don't have anybody. If you'd be kind enough, I will be able to retain another attorney to be able to do it for us.
Okay. Well, we're going to do that then, unless Ms. Scowls, any issues?
No, not at this time. I would just ask that it marked, but must be tried for the next hearing.
Okay. Okay, we can continue this with the must be tried requirement. That's what that says, Mr. Amadi, is that we're going to continue the matter so you can hire an attorney, but it must be tried, which means we have to make a decision in the next hearing, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Are we gonna get a date for the next
Yes,
hearing?
they'll send you a new date. They'll get in touch with you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Okay,
Enjoy your evening.
thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, let's go back then, I guess. And I apologize to our court reporter that we're moving back and forth this way.
Ms. Costello?
Yes,
Are you
yes,
ready?
I received and reviewed the documents that he just sent me, and it is a letter signed by 2 physicians.
Okay. All right.
Case number 29, hearing appeal number HA 2022-001-417, Brandon Taylor, 37 South 60th.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Costello, do you have any witnesses?
I do. I have one inspector as a witness today, Martin Dean, and he's on the Zoom.
Okay, Mr. Dean, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down. Ms. Costello?
So the case that we have before us today, I just wanted to note before we proceed that none of the violations are being contested. In the appeal itself, the appellant simply is asking for more time to address issues that have arisen.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dean?
Mr. Dean, can you please state your name for the record?
Martin Dean.
And what is your position with L&I?
I am a property maintenance inspector with the Department of License and Inspections in the West District.
Okay, and are you familiar with the property located at 37 South 60th Street?
Yes, I am.
How so?
I went there to do an inspection at the time based on a complaint for a tenant who resided at property. At that time, I did see several violations on the property and did write them.
Okay, I'd like to turn, or permission to share my screen, Chairman
Yes.
Woodson?
Yes.
Inspector Dean, I'd like to turn your attention to what's been marked as City Exhibit A. Can you please identify that exhibit?
Yes, it looks to
Excuse
be.
me, Mr. Chair, could they zoom in a little bit?
Yes,
right,
miss.
a little too small for me.
Yes. I can
Okay,
do that.
perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, that does appear to be the initial notice of violation.
And when was that notice of violation dated?
That notice of violation, I believe, was dated March 3rd, 2022.
Okay, and when were the necessary repairs to be made?
It would have been 35 days after that.
Okay, and that date would be April 7th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And have you inspected this property recently?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and were any of the violations listed in this document still exist in the property?
At this time, we only have 4 remaining violations.
And what were they?
The current 4 violations that currently exist, we need the fire certification. We also need the exterior windows repaired inside the tenant's apartment. We also need the heater that needs to be working inside the tenant's apartment, and a license will be needed for the property.
Okay. And Inspector Dean, I'd like to turn your attention to what has been marked as City Exhibit B. Can you please identify that for the record?
That is the property located at 37 South 60th Street.
Okay. And what are we looking at here?
You're looking at some devices that's part of the fire system in that building.
Okay.
And as you can see in that picture, the exit sign, the lights aren't on. Usually when it's working, that exit sign should be lit.
Okay. And what are we looking at here?
Here, I just took a picture. He did have the fire, what was necessary in the hallway to put out the fire, the extinguisher.
Okay.
Now, this is the panel box for the fire system itself. At that time, when I saw the panel box, it had no lights on either, which indicated that it was down.
Okay.
And I gave you a closer look at the box itself to see that the lights were not on, which signifies that that box, that system is not working.
Okay. And then what can we see in this photograph here?
In this photograph, this is one of the windows that needed to be repaired where water would leak in when it rained.
Okay. And what are we looking at here?
And here we have a light switch that needs a cover over. And here we have the electrical socket that also needs a cover.
And that I'm not sure what it was because they have something covering over it. So, and the tenant was unaware of what it was, so.
Okay. And this is just, and what are we looking at right here?
And that is the pull station. He has it, I believe that was the second floor, if I'm not mistaken. He can
That's the
correct
first
me if
floor?
I believe that's the second floor. The first floor also.
Mr. Taylor, Mr. Taylor, we don't do that. You can't speak out unless it's your turn, okay?
And I thought he also had a fire pull station on the first floor as well.
And what are we looking at depicted here in this?
And these are, again, windows that needed to be repaired to keep the rain from coming in.
Okay.
More covering needed for the electrical socket.
And finally, we have this photograph here.
And that's the thermostat for the heater, which was not working at during my initial inspection.
Okay. And based on your inspection on January 30th of 2023, what would the appellant need to do to comply these violations?
At this time, we still need the fire certification so that system has been repaired by a licensed contractor and not anybody's brother or sister or anybody else. We need to make sure a contractor did that work. We also need to have that heater working. There is a small child in that apartment. So right now, all mom is working with is a electrical heater that she plugs into the wall. The windows are still an issue as well that needs to be repaired. And once that is done, we should be good.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Inspector Dean.
Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, do you have any cross-examination of Mr. Dean based on his testimony?
Everything that he said was accurate.
Okay, wait, Mr. Dean, the purpose of
Yes,
and I'm sorry, Mr. Taylor, cross-examination means you ask him questions. If you don't have any, that's fine. Then we will in a moment allow you to make some general statements.
Okay. The only question I would have to ask for an inspector is, did he receive my email, which included the fire certification that I did send to his email address? That has been completed. And then I also sent him some additional photos to his work phone, which would show that those covers have been placed onto those switches. So just asked, did he receive those as well?
Okay, Mr. Dean.
Actually, I did not see anything for the fire certification. So I didn't see that, and I did check for that. He did send me photos of the covering over those electrical sockets, which was needed, but I will still need to go out and do a physical inspection of the property to ensure that everything was appropriately done.
Okay, all righty, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair, Max, Mr.
Yes,
Dean,
sir,
question?
please, yes.
Did they ever receive their rental license? I see that that's one of the write-ups you have. So Mr. Dean, I'm asking, did they ever receive their rental license?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you was talking to someone else. No, there is no rental license on file. And from what I can see, there never has been.
Okay.
No question, John.
Thank you.
Inspector Dean, Mr. Chair, I have a question for Inspector Dean.
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir.
Inspector Dean, hello, sir. How is the first floor occupied? What is the occupancy use and how's
The
it being
occupancy
occupied?
use of the first floor is I believe it's a doctor's office or
I'm just trying to verify the photo that said chiropractor. Was that it?
yeah, it is a chiropractic office.
So it's an active operating chiropractor office.
Yes, it is. And he is zoned. I did write him up for the zoning in the beginning because I had difficulty looking for his zoning, but I did find it and I did attach a copy of the zoning to the current case. It does state City of Philadelphia Department of License and Inspection Certificate of Use and Occupancy for the property located at 37 South 60th Street. It was approved for a vacant store and for family dwelling. Later on, there was a use permit taken out back on 6/16/2008, where he did get a use permit for that physical therapy office there on the first floor. And it does says permit status completed. So he was granted that that space to be used in that way.
Thank you very much, sir.
No problem. Good to see you again.
See you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Taylor, Ms. Costello, if you don't have any further witnesses,
I do not, Chairman Woodson.
okay. Mr. Taylor, give us your sense of where are we with this? What's going on?
I hope to have this all remedied and completed definitely by the end of February. All that's left is we're waiting on the windows, the 2 windows. It's only 2 windows that need to get replaced. They won't stay up. So we're waiting on those to come in. They're about 2 weeks out. I did send the inspector a receipt picture to show that it was ordered and paid in full. We're just
Okay.
waiting for those to come in. And then I believe the only other issue that me and the inspector had discussed was the zoning, but he said that he did find a use permit for that, but everything should be remedied within.
What about the heater?
The heater was being worked on yesterday. My heater guy will be coming back before the end of the week to finish that up, and it'll be up and running.
And when is it? Because that's serious, given that's a young child in the apartment.
Absolutely. That'll be done, should be done by Sunday.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Taylor, have you applied for a rental license yet?
I'm not allowed to apply for a rental license with the open violation. So once the violations have been cleared, I will be applying for rental license.
Great.
Mr. Taylor, do you have a professional broker managing that property? Did your dad have someone managing that property for him?
My dad always managed it himself. And then upon him becoming ill, I have taken over upon as the manager.
Okay. All right. Now, are you a licensed real estate person? Experienced real estate person?
No, but can I ask why I would have to just be licensed just to
Oh,
manage?
there's no requirement that you be licensed at all. For you, I just asked if you were, I really meant to ask if you were an experienced real estate person, because a mixed use commercial building requires a certain level of understanding of systems and when things should be repaired, and access to repairmen to keep things up to code. That's why I asked.
I appreciate it. I'm educated and I can handle the duties.
Perfect. Good. Okay. All righty. Anything else, Mr. Taylor? No?
I just want to confirm, Mr. Taylor, you think that within 30 days you will have complied all of the violations?
The only thing that may take time is just the licensing portion of it. I will submit the applications and then it will be in the city's hands at that point.
But you'll make all the repairs and comply all the physical violations within
Yes, sir.
30 days?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have another question, Mr. Taylor, and I just want to verify that Inspector Dean may have mentioned, there was never a rental license for that property?
Not to my knowledge. These properties, my father's had these properties since 1975. So they're way before my time.
So with that, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, so I wasn't able to find one. He wasn't able to find one. So I just assumed that there wasn't one.
So with that said, related to Mr. Pincus's question and the 30 days, maybe you're not knowing that they may go retroactive on you and do some research that may require more time and more funding. So are you prepared for that?
I guess so. I mean, all I can do is apply.
Okay.
You know, because like I said, he got ill. I was not a part of his business at that time. I have been just playing defense and learning the affairs as I've gone.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Any final argument, Ms. Costello?
Yes,
Miss-
I would just
yeah.
say, members of the board, you heard from Inspector Dean that the first date of notice of these violations was March 4th, 2022. when he originally went out to the property, and there was no working heating system. And here we are a year later, there's still no working heating system. There's still no yearly fire certification, and the windows are still not weatherproof. And he has not obtained his rental license. And based on those facts, we would ask for a city affirm.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Taylor, one final matter that I should have asked earlier. When did your father become incapacitated?
My father became incapacitated on December 6th of 2021.
2021?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. All righty.
I do have that fire cert, just to confirm that is completed. I have that, and I can send that again to the Mr. Dean or to Ms. Castillo.
Actually, it'd probably be good if you sent it to both of them.
No problem. And like I said, everything really should be remedied within about 2 weeks' time.
Okay, thank you. All righty. Let's poll the board regarding HA-2022-001417, Brandon Taylor, 37 South 60th Street, city affirm 30-day stay.
City affirm 30-day stay.
City affirm 30-day stay of enforcement.
City affirm 30-day stay of enforcement.
I'm gonna go off the reservation. City affirm 60-day stay.
Okay,
And
thank
him having to get that license.
Thank you. All righty. Thank you. The vote is the moment majority city affirm 30-day stay of enforcement. Mr. Taylor, you may appeal the decision of the board should you choose to. If you need information as to how to do that, check with the administrative office at LNI. They can give you information about that. In the meantime, the vote has been to affirm the city's position, but give you at least 30 days to get everything else up to speed. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Good luck to you. All right. All right. Let's move on to the next matter.
Case number 32,
Okay.
hearing appeal number HA 2022-001511, Mark Kalaki, 311 North Third Street.
Okay. Who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Board. Dejanay Davis on behalf of the City of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon. Mr. Mark Talaki. Mark Talaki.
Speaking. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Okay. All right, Mr. Lip. Sir, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear affirm the testimony that you give will be the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Before we proceed, Mr. Talaki, just want to confirm your relationship to 311 North 3rd Street.
That I'm the owner of the property with my wife.
Okay, and you own it as a husband-wife?
Yes, we own it together.
Okay, is there LLC involved?
No.
Okay, all right, thank you. All righty, Ms. Davis, do you have a witness?
Yes, the city would like to call Inspector Silvio DiGuglielmo.
Okay, is he present?
I'm here.
We need to see your image, sir.
Might be delayed.
Okay. Okay, well, sir, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can place your hand down. Ms. Davis?
Yes, good afternoon, almost evening, Inspector. Could you please introduce yourself for the record?
Sure. My name is Silvio DiGuglielmo. I'm a code enforcement inspector with Central East District with Philadelphia License and Inspection.
And how long have you been employed by the Department of License and Inspection?
11 years.
And can you briefly describe to the board some of your duties and roles in your capacity with LNI?
Sure. I am a code PM inspector and a fire code inspector.
And with regards to today's matter, are you familiar with the property located at 311 North 3rd Street?
I inherited the case. I'm not the initial inspector. I just visited the property just one time for this appeal board, but I was never inside the building. There was a previous inspector who was inside the building.
But did you get the opportunity to review the city records, public records, and LNI records with regards to this property?
I did, yes,
Okay. And would you recognize some of those records if I were to show you here today?
yes.
Permission to share my screen board?
Yes,
Chairman?
ma'am. Yes.
Inspector, can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Okay,
Now I can, yes.
okay. And board members, can you see my screen? I want to make sure it's big enough. for
Yes.
you guys. Okay.
Yes.
So at this time, I am showing Inspector what has been previously marked as City Exhibit 2. Just going to scroll down. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Ms. Davis, you need to magnify it a bit, please.
Okay, yep,
Yep,
Yes,
that's good.
it's,
good.
Yes.
yes, it's
Inspector,
a,
did
no-
you- okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
it's all right, we're good. It's a notice of violation which was sent out to the owner of the property.
And are these notices of violation recorded and kept on a regular course of business?
Yes,
And is this one of the documents you review regarding this property at 311 North Third Street?
yes.
Can you state the date in which this notice was sent to the property owners?
Yes, it was sent on March 2nd, 2022.
Okay, I'm going to scroll down. Can you inform the board what violation was cited in this notice of violation?
The inspector wrote up for a vacant commercial license.
Okay. Now I'm going to draw your attention to what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit 3. Not 3. Okay, Inspector, I'm going to show you a series of photos. I'm going to try to go as quickly but smoothly as possible. Do you recognize these photos, Inspector?
Yes,
I just want to go through them before we discuss the pictures in detail. And what are these photos?
I believe they're the interior of the building.
And are photos normal? Are photos normally taken during the course of an inspection?
Yes, the initial inspection, the inspector took the interior photographs.
Okay, and can you just state the date in which these photos were taken?
A little too fast. February
sorry.
28, 2022.
Okay. Now I want to just go through these photos one by one. What are we looking here at the first photo of Exhibit 3?
It's the front of the building.
Ms. Davis, could you identify which building we're looking at?
Yes,
I believe it's this. It's the green building.
this one right here
Correct.
with the green
4
in
stories.
the window. Okay.
Excuse
Now
me,
looking,
5
I'm sorry.
It was 5 stories. I'm sorry.
Now looking at the second photo of Exhibit 3, what are we looking at here?
It's the interior space. I'm not sure exactly where it is. When I inspected the property, there was no one on site.
Okay. And looking at the third photo,
It's a commercial space. It's probably an elevator.
and looking at this fourth photo, what do we see? Or can you describe what we see?
The interior, I'm not sure exactly where the inspector took the photo, but it's the interior of the building.
And looking at this, go ahead.
I'm
Looking at
sorry.
this- Go ahead.
Is possibly the basement level vacant? Upper floors? Also vacant also.
Okay. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen for a moment. Now, Inspector, can you inform the board how the department determines whether a property is vacant and requires a vacant property license?
When there's no human occupancy of the building, there's no business use. There's no one living at the property. The property's not being used. There's no water being used.
And you just mentioned that there's no water use. Are there any other documents that you reviewed in helping to come to the determination that this property is vacant?
There was 2 documents. One is the water sewer bill. There was no water usage for the past 3 months.
Permission to share my screen again, board?
Yes.
Okay. So at this time, I'm showing the inspector what has been previously marked as city's exhibit 5. I'm going to certainly enlarge that a bit. Now, Inspector DeGuglielmo, you stated that you looked at the water bill. Is this that water bill you're referring to?
That's the most current water bill, yes.
And can you explain to the board, just state the customers listed on this water bill and the address?
The service is 311 North 3rd Street.
We're up here.
Mr. Talaki,
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
It's all right. The customer's name is right above it. And down below is the water usage.
And right here, this is the water usage you're referring to, this graph here?
Yes.
And can you just explain to the board that based upon this, how you determined that the property was vacant?
There was no water usage, but it does show there was usage in April. I'm not sure why it would show that, but that's the only month it would show there was water usage. But through May of 2022 to January 2023, there was no water usage. And from January 2022 to March of 2022, there was no water usage.
Okay. And you stated that you reviewed another document. You said from the
Yes.
fire department. Would you recognize that document as well?
Yes.
Okay, at this time, I'm showing the inspector what has been previously marked as city's exhibit 4. Can everyone see this exhibit? Can you see this
Yes.
exhibit? Okay. Inspector, can you tell the board what we're looking at here?
It's an appeal to the fire board. There was an inspection done by the fire department code unit, I believe back in 2022 or in June. The appeal was for a sprinkler system. The fire inspector from the fire department code unit did go and inspect the building and stated that they inspected the building and they came to conclusion that the building is vacant, unoccupied, completely free of combustibles.
Okay.
just one, before you leave that letter, what's the date of that letter?
June 6, 2022.
Okay.
And Inspector DeGuglielmo, did you have a chance to re-inspect this property?
I did. I stopped by on January 25th, 23.
And based upon your inspection of the property, does the property remain vacant?
Yes,
And did you take any photos of that property?
yes.
At this time, I'm showing the inspector what has been previously marked as city's exhibit 6.
That's when we cleaned it up for him to go through.
Okay, that is not what I need to do. My apologies. Okay, I'm having extreme difficulty with this. Okay, are these those 2 photos you're referring to?
Yes, it's the front of the building and that's the front interior through the window. You can see it was vacant, no lights, nothing, no furniture.
And did you see was there anyone working inside this property?
There was no one there.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I have no further questions for Inspector DeGuglielmo.
Okay. Mr. Talaki, do you have any questions of the inspector?
Yes, I have several, and I have several statements, and I have complete
Well, well, let's do this. For cross-examination, you get to ask questions. When you've
Okay.
done that, then you can put your statements on after the city is finished putting this case on, okay?
That would be fine.
Yeah, so what are your questions?
Well, my question is, do you recall, Inspector, is it Giglio? Excuse me.
De Guglielmo.
Yes, that after Inspector De Jesus first came to our property, he contacted us by phone several times, so we had to schedule an appointment to meet there. And I told him at the time that I had to clear work materials, painting stuff out of the way so he could get in. He said he needed to look at the building. I asked him.
So I'm just wanted to object to what the,
Mr. Talaki, you have to ask a question. What is your question?
Question is, the question is, after he came and said he had to inspect the building, and then we received a violation. Do you recall when I called Inspector De Jesus and he gave me your phone number, and then I contacted you at Central East, and you said that he was substituting for other inspectors, and all that we needed to do as far as the vacancy violation was concerned was to show that the bill, I indicated to you that we were working on the building regularly, that the building was being.
Mr.
ready-
Talaki, can you get to the question, please?
Okay.
What is the question?
The question is, do you recall telling me that we needed, as long as the property was being listed and that we had proof of that, that then the vacancy violation would be removed? Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, no.
Excuse me?
I don't
You said
remember
no.
that, no.
the answer was no.
Well, that's exactly what you told me. And in fact.
Mr. Talaki, well, he said no. Do you have any further questions? Do you have any additional questions?
We have pictures at the same
I'm
time.
not sure who that is in the background, but we can
That's
only.
And who's my partner? We have.
But
pictures.
listen to me. We have a court reporter who's recording every word that's uttered
Fine.
on this call. Listen to me. And only one person can speak at a time, and everyone who speaks must be identified. And so if there's someone else you want to call as a witness, you may do that, but that person cannot interject while you're speaking, okay?
I understand. Okay. Now apparently,
You have another question. What's the other question for the inspector?
that's not true because.
Well, no, that's argument. Do you have any other questions?
Not to him, no.
Okay, all right, then just hold on a moment. Ms. Davis, do you have any further witnesses?
No, I don't have any further witnesses. I just asked that cities exhibits 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 be admitted.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Ms. Davis, before we go to Mr. Talaki?
No.
Okay, now, Mr. Talaki, it's your turn to tell us what you understand about the building and the facts.
Thank you very much. We have complete documentation here because apparently the time that the inspectors have been going there to take pictures is when we have not been actively working there. Okay, on 5/10/22, well, we were there with the elevator construction company, the elevator service. There was a 5-year elevator load test that was passed. On 6/1/22, we were there with Apex Inspection Company. The state inspection and certification of the elevator was approved for the elevator for an occupied building. On 6/2/22, we did roofing maintenance, silver coating, caulking with silicone, cleaning of the roofing drain baskets, and inspection the same. On 6/10/22, we had additional elevator repairs. We also have complete documentation backing up all the same. There were problems with the door switches. On 10/17/22, there was an issue with Pico and met with the Pico representative. There was a problem with street wiring. We have videos of the Pico representative there checking and correcting the situation. On January 10th of 2023, we met and had received revised window quotations from Architectural Windows of Philadelphia. On 1/11/23, we did roof repairs due to the neighbors' faulty repairs causing leaks into our building. On 1/23/23, Apex Inspection Company that I met with Zachary for the mandatory annual 6 months inspection for the elevator that has to be inspected for occupied buildings. We had the new certification good to 5/31/24. Before, during, and after these time periods that I have been in there actively working on the interior and exterior of the building, priming, painting, caulking, cleaning, doing cosmetic work to make the building ready for sale.
Okay. Mr. Talaki, we have a couple questions for you that may help get us. Mr. Talaki?
I just want to.
Wait a minute. Mr. Talaki, one, we're gonna do this in order, okay? So let's slow down a moment. Ms. Davis, I have a few questions before you proceed. Okay.
I just wanted to put an objection on the record. That's all. Just that with anything that any documentations he's referring to, the city has not been presented with any of those documents.
Okay.
The city has not been presented with any of those documents. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Talaki, excuse me, Mr. Talaki, please don't interrupt either the chairman or any of our board members or counsel for the city. Let them speak. There's only one person taking and recording what's being said. And anyone else who's speaking, when another person is speaking, they can't make a record of what's happening. So you please wait and not interrupt continually.
Okay, Ms. Davis, your objection is sustained. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Talaki, the issue here is that the documentation that you referenced, why didn't you submit them with your appeal?
I wasn't told to submit anything. I've never really done a lot of this before.
If you take on this appeal, this is a serious matter. You could have consulted an attorney who would have told you that if you were going to make an argument regarding the property not being vacant, then when you submit your appeal is when you submit that stuff. So you could potentially make this go away. But I do have a couple questions for you before you proceed. Is the building currently listed for sale with a real estate broker?
Yes, we have the broker's information. There's a letter here from the
Holding it
broker.
up won't help us. Hold it. Just what I'd like you to do, give me the name of the broker and the date of the letter.
The date of the letter is January 30th, 2023. And it says here.
What's the name of the broker?
Malin Panicelli Nadell, MPN Realty, the preeminent realtor in the Old City, Philadelphia area.
Okay.
And it says, to whom it may concern, the owners of this property have appealed to license and inspections regarding the vacancy status of this building. This letter is to confirm that the real estate brokerage office of Malin Panicelli Nadell Real Estate Incorporated, MPN, has listed 311 North 3rd Street, Philadelphia, PA for sale through its agents, Stephen F. Clofine and Chris Semino, and MPN is the exclusive agent for the marketing and sale of the property.
Okay.
If you have any questions, please contact us below.
Okay. How long has the property been vacant?
It is
been
not
unoccupied. How long has it been unoccupied?
We have been working there consistently.
Mr. Talaki, the question is, how long has it been unoccupied?
I have been working on the property and making the property ready for sale
Would you answer my question, please?
for some period of time.
Give me some period of time. What does that mean? Years, weeks, days, months? What period of time?
How long have we been working on it, Deb?
Mr. Talaki, you have to directly address us, not anyone
I
else.
think about a year and a half.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anyone else have any questions of Mr.
Yes,
Talaki?
Mr. Chair, I
Yes.
have a question, Mr.
Yes.
Talaki. Thank you. Mr. Talaki, thank you for reading that letter of retaining a real estate. And it's under sale, bill of sale, but how long has it been on the market for sale date-wise with the number of months?
Well, we've been trying to finish up the work and we
No,
didn't.
not the work, sir. How long have they been retained as your realtor and that property been on the market for sale?
We have not wanted to put it on the market with a violation notice. You follow me? We wanted to clear this violation because it's incorrect and then have the property up for sale. So we're doing that now.
Was it on the market prior to the violation?
No, we don't want to put a property with a violation. That's
Prior to the violation?
No, the
Thank you.
purpose, this violation is not correct. In fact, it
No,
states.
you answered my
Mr.
question.
Chair, I
I
have
thank
a
you very
question.
much.
Yes, sir, Mr. Washington.
Yes, they were cited at April the 5th, 2022. And if I'm trying to remember the letter date, I think, was that January 2023, Mr. Tanaka?
I have all the paperwork here.
Is that for your broker? Is that
This
date
is from our broker,
January
January 30th,
2023?
2023. Yes.
So that means when this violation was issued and on 4/5/2022, your
And
property
my
was not.
apologies, board member, I just want to correct, the violation notice was issued March 2nd, 2022.
Okay.
And we have filed the appeal a couple weeks later. I have to look up the paperwork here. Hang on a second. We filed the appeal immediately thereafter.
Yeah, we have the appeals in the file.
I mean,
We have the
Yeah,
record.
trying to do everything correct here. And we have
Okay.
continued working on the property. And the property is not vacant because it states clearly here that it says the owner of any structure, that's us, that lacks the habitual presence of human beings who have a legal right to be on the presence, which is us, or which substantially all lawful business or construction operations or residential occupancy has ceased within the past 3 months, shall obtain a vacant structure license. We've been doing
Okay.
work on this and have paperwork that has
Okay,
been going on for months.
Do you have copies of agreements with contractors and or suppliers to confirm?
Yes.
Did
We
you,
also have the paid receipts from all the elevator companies and all the work being done here? Yes. Oh, yes.
okay,
We can submit them. Just tell us who to send them to. Absolutely.
If I may, I do have some
Yes.
questions for the
Yes,
appellant.
yes, Ms. Davis, please.
Permission to share my screen?
Yes,
Before you go ahead, I have one question. You read a letter, Mr. Talaki. It's dated January 30th of 2023 from the real estate firm. I'm familiar with that firm and they do a lot of work in the city. But that's the 30th of January. No, I'm not mistaken, it was yesterday.
That's
Do
correct.
you actually have a signed listing agreement with that firm?
No,
That's a yes or no?
no.
Thank you.
But they are listing our property and they're selling it. And we didn't want to list it until we finished the work and had the violation cleared up. It's just common sense.
Mr. Pincus, you want to go back to that again, please?
I mean, why would you do that?
May I proceed?
Mr. Talaki, you said, one, you didn't have a signed listing agreement, then you said the property was listed. It can't be both.
I'm saying this is a letter.
But is it a listing agreement? It's not a signed listing agreement, correct?
No, we don't have a signed listing agreement.
So it's
yet.
not listed for sale until you have a signed listing agreement.
I understand what you're saying here.
Okay, so that's the fact. Okay, Ms. Davis, no, Mr. Talaki, just hold on a moment. Ms. Davis, would you proceed, please?
Thank you. Mr. Talaki, can you see my screen?
Yes,
And you would agree this is the inside of your property located at 311 North Third Street, correct?
that is the first floor.
And on this first floor, you don't see any paint cans, correct?
Not at that time, because prior to Inspector DeJesus coming to inspect the property, I cleared everything out so he didn't trip and fall over anything.
So that's a no, you don't see any paint cans.
That is correct.
You don't see any building material.
No,
Okay. I'm scrolling down to the second photo. Well, let me go down to the third photo.
I have photos
Mr.
documenting.
Talaki, you have to wait. You have to wait until a question is being asked.
Looking at this fourth photo, again, Mr. Talaki, you don't see any paint cans.
That is correct.
You don't see any building material.
That is correct.
You don't see any caulking material.
That is correct.
And this date right here, that says February 28th, 2022, correct?
Yes,
And looking here, again, no paint cans,
That is correct.
no building material in sight.
That is correct.
Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. Now, you would agree you received the notice of violation on March, well, you received the notice of violation dated March 2nd, 2022?
I don't have that directly in front of me, but
No worries, I'll put it up for you. Can you see my screen?
it's small, but
I'll bring it up some more.
hold on a second. I have the copy of it here. Hold on.
Okay, and that's dated March 2nd, 2022, correct?
Yes,
Now, to be clear, those dates that you just ran through before the board, the first date you mentioned was May 10th, 2022. Am I correct?
yes, that was when the elevator company was there.
And you would agree that May 10th, 2022 is after February 28th, 2022?
When these phases of work were being done, yes.
Mr. Talat, so yes, May 10th, 2022 is after February 20th, 2022. And it's, and you would agree,
Follows, yes, how May follows April, yes.
right? And you would agree that May also follows March 2nd, 2022?
Yes, of course it does. That's how the calendar works.
All right, I have no further questions for the appellant.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have any questions? Well, I do have, Mr. Talaki, when did you clear the building out of all your residents and your commercial tenants?
Well, hang on a second here. I'd like to show you right here for a second, if you can see.
I can't
this.
see that. That's not helpful. I can't see it.
Print all this and submit this.
Can you answer the question? When did you vacate your building?
I've been working on it for a number of years.
Okay, when did you vacate your building?
It's
When
a
did you-
lot. I
When
don't
did,
know exactly when. but
what
it's
year,
hard.
what year did you vacate your building?
I don't exactly recall.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Any further questions from anyone? Okay, thank you.
I just have a
Ready?
brief argument.
Yes, please.
Yes, board members, we are here today due to the appellant failing to comply with the Philadelphia Code in obtaining the required vacant property license for the property located at 311 North 3rd Street. Though the appellant has stated before the board that they were working continuously on the property, as you can see, there is no sign of work being done inside of those premises. The premises are pristine, they're clean, there's no holes in the wall, the ductwork is complete. Anything that the appellant has mentioned here today, in addition to the interior of the property being in pristine condition, in terms of no signs of actual construction work being done, they have provided no documentations with regards to the alleged roof work or elevator work as mentioned today. Nonetheless, the city was, I argue that the city was correct in issuing this violation upon the inspection on February 28th, 2022. We are here to contest whether or not that violation was in fact correct, and based upon the exhibits and the testimony presented to you today by the city, we will ask for a city affirm. I'm sorry.
Okay, Mr. Talaki, any final words before we take a vote?
Well, yes, there's like a number of final words.
Make it as concise as possible, sir.
Hold on a second. We don't have an opportunity to present our evidence here, number one. We have the receipts and everything here of the work being done on the property that document that we're correct. As far as the water use is concerned, and as far as building or construction, what I have been doing in there has been light cosmetic work, which includes painting and touch-up work. You don't rinse paint down the drains because you can clog up drains in older buildings. So when I'm working there painting, I bring a little thing of water with me. You don't run the water in the building. because it's an older building, and rinsing all that stuff down the drain, you can cause a major clog. That's why there's no water usage in that building. It shows for that time period. But we need an opportunity to present all the copies and all the receipts of all the documentation that we have here that proves that there has been active use and work going on in the building.
Thank you. Mr. Talaki, well, today was the day to do that, and the process for doing that would have been submitted it with your appeal. But that's the issue for us. But Ms. Davis, you gave a date for the notice of violation. Was a February date? What is the actual?
The photos of the interior of the property were taken February 28th, 2022. The actual notice of violation was issued March 2nd,
Okay.
2022. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Yes, and at that time, the property was not listed for sale.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
if I'm not mistaken, the notice of the hearing that is sent to every appellant provides information about submitting documentation in support of their appeal. I could be wrong. Mr. Wade is the administrator for the board, but I believe there's instructions and submitting exhibits. And I believe that any appellant is notified of the right and the duty, if they want, to submit exhibits. And again, that didn't happen in this instance until this very day of the hearing.
I mean, I have.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tilaki, we can't accept that now in the middle of a hearing. It has to be submitted in prior so that everyone can review it and be prepared to respond.
Yes.
Can
In addition, I would just like to reiterate
So
that-
then provide.
Wait a minute. We got everybody talking. Mr. Tilaki, just hold on a moment. Ms. Davis, what were you saying?
I just wanted to reiterate the fact that the issue before the board is the current violations at the time. As again, even though, again, the city cannot contest to the validity of these documents. All we can do is rely on what has been said. And again, this information is presented to us today. We've been informed of a contact with regards to a sale that happened less than 24 hours from today. Again, at the time that the inspection occurred, there's no sign of any work being done inside the subject premises.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tilaki, you had one final thing before we vote.
Well, we need a continuance so we can submit the documents to the appropriate people for your review. I mean, we have receipts for everything for continuous work being done all during this time period.
Okay, thank you. We aren't going to continue the case, Mr. Tilaki. We've heard all the matter. The way to do would have been to follow the instructions in the appeal application. I'm not sure who's, sir, you're speaking over me. Mr. Tilaki, I'm still speaking. And when you did not do that. So we're going to call the vote regarding HA-2022-001511, Mark Tilaki, 311 North 3rd Street, City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you. The vote, Mr. Tilaki, is city affirmed, which means the city won this case and your appeal was rejected.
Well, do we have a right to an appeal?
Yes, sir. You can appeal the decision of this board. If you need information as to how to do that, just call the office and they will tell you how to submit an appeal to the board's decision. Okay?
Call what office?
Licenses and inspections, the administrative office that, the instructions on that letter that you got. Yeah, it's
We
on
will contact them. We will have the receipts. We will hire an attorney because this is not correct.
Okay, you should do that. Follow through that.
We're
Okay.
going to definitely do that.
Okay. Have a good day. Okay. What's the next case?
Case
Number
Case
40.
number 43. Hearing
Okay.
appeal number HA 2022-005196. Hannah and David Smith, Brandy Davis, 1218 West Airdrie Street.
Okay. Who's representing the city?
Good evening, members of the board. Mary Costello on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay. Just one moment. Who's representing the appellant?
We're the tenants. We don't have an attorney.
Your name, ma'am, who are you?
My name is Brandy Davis.
I'm Hannah Smith. We are the
Okay.
tenant.
You're the tenants. Okay. Alrighty. Let's just one more. Hold on a moment, okay?
Okay.
Ms. Costello, are you you have any concerns?
Yes, Chairman Whitson. So this is an appeal of not the violations itself. It looks like it's just an appeal of the cease filed by the people that are occupying this property. And what they're asking for the board to do is to give them the right to occupy the property, which is not relief that the board can provide.
Okay. Alrighty. So let's do this. Ms. Costello, do you have a witness?
I do. I have Inspector Williams.
Okay. So let's have Mr. Williams. Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down. Okay, Ms. Costello, let's do this. There are 3 individuals identified here, a Hannah, and David Smith and a Brandy Davis, I believe. Now, is Hannah Smith and there's Brandy Davis on the screen today? What about David Smith? Is that person available?
He's not available right now.
Okay. All right. So I need each of you to raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Okay, now basic rule for this, because we have a court reporter taking notes and everything that's said. And so you don't speak until it's your turn to speak. You don't speak when someone else is speaking. And also when you initially speak, you need to identify yourself so the court reporter can attribute all the statements to the appropriate person. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Costello.
Mr. Williams, can you please, or Inspector Williams, can you please state your name for the record?
Inspector Anthony Williams,
And what is your role with LNI?
Code Enforcement Inspector,
And how long have you been an inspector?
4 years.
And are you familiar with the property located at 1218 West Airdrie Street?
Yes, that is correct.
And how so?
I wasn't the original inspector for this case file, but I was sent out to do an inspection today for this blur hearing.
And you've reviewed the case file associated with this matter?
Yes.
Okay. And permission to share my screen?
Yes.
Chairman Wilson?
Yes.
Inspector Williams, can you please identify what's been marked as City Exhibit A?
Could you please zoom in, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's the original notice of violation.
Okay, and what is the date of this notice of violation?
Could you zoom in just a little bit more? I can't really.
Sure.
On the phone. November, I believe that is 16, 2022.
I believe it's November 18th, 2022. Is that correct, Inspector?
Yes.
Okay, and the necessary repairs were ordered on November 22nd, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the violations found, can you just state what violations were found on this property?
Well, the unfit, which we write because there was no heat. So the no heat was a violation that was found, and then we unfit it because of the no heat.
Okay. I'd like to turn your attention to what has been marked as City Exhibit B. Can you please identify what we're looking at here?
That is the front of the house.
Okay. And can you please identify for the record what we are looking at here?
That is a note that was placed on the front door with a contact information for the owner.
Okay.
But before you move on, who placed that note on the door?
The owner did. I was able to reach out to the owner and he told me he put the note on the door.
Okay, so that note was not placed by you or LNI.
No.
Okay, thank you.
And what are we looking at here, Inspector Williams?
Well, from what I looked at, the original inspector, this was the inside of the apartment.
And is this a gap where an appliance should be?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And what are we looking at here?
From original inspector's notes, it looks like this is where the electrical work would be coming out. And
Okay,
with
so this is the sensor for the heat, for them
Yes,
to be
sir.
able to turn their heat on?
Yes.
Okay. And does it say on the sensor that the Wi-Fi is disconnected?
From the picture, yes.
Yes, okay. And Inspector Williams, why did the department move forward with ceasing this property?
Because there was no heat in the property when the original inspector was out there. When she went and did her reinspection, there also was still no heat, so they hadn't complied that violation, which prompted her to do an intent to cease. And that's the process where we're at right now.
Okay. Thank you, Inspector Williams. No further questions.
Okay, we will go to the Hannah Smith and Brandy Davis. But before either of you ask any questions, two of you have leases with the property owner?
No, actually, we don't. We were.
Okay, give us your
scammed.
name before you start speaking, so I know who's speaking.
I'm sorry, this is Brandy Davis.
Okay, Ms. Davis, do you have a lease?
We do not have a lease with the owner. We had a lease with somebody previously. And then the owner showed up and tried to do an ejectment, but we were told that we had the right to be here.
Okay, now,
The
and
owner-
this probably should have been addressed early on, Ms. Costello, but Ms. Davis, before you said your name is Brandy Davis, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there's going to be an issue of standing here. Now, in this issue, who did you have the lease with?
It was a guy named Josh Williams. He actually had a key to the place and he listed it on Craigslist. We showed up at the apartment, got the lease from him, gave him the money, and then could no longer get a hold of him anymore.
When did that happen?
That was October 18th.
Of what year?
Of 2022.
Have you paid rent since then?
No.
How much was the lease stay? How much did the lease say the rent would be?
$1,000 a month.
And you have not paid anyone to date?
No, sir. Reason being because the owner showed up the next morning while we were at work and committed theft by removing and throwing away all of our belongings.
Okay. All right, Miss, the other person here who's appealed is Hannah Smith.
Yes.
Miss Smith, do you have a lease for the apartment, for your apartment?
No, sir. Same situation as Brandy.
Okay, what is that? You need to tell me exactly what happened
We
in
have a
your
lease,
estate.
but not with-
Only one person at a time.
Yeah, we have a lease.
And with who?
That is with Josh Williams.
Okay,
We entered the property October 18th, 2022. We paid Josh Williams a deposit. He had
How
the
much
key.
of a deposit did you pay him?
We paid him, let's see, we paid him first month's rent, deposit, and since it was around the second week, we paid about half of that, so we paid $2,400.
okay. Have you paid rent since then?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you had any discussions with the landlord, with the owner of the property regarding executing a separate lease?
Yes, sir. We talked to him and he said that he was going to discuss everything with his lawyer. He was going to go through the proper court system and to see what was his best route. His lawyer advised him to actually go into an agreement with us to actually sign a lease for this place. However, he went in and decided to just do an ejectment.
So how do you know his lawyer told him that?
Say again?
How do
Sorry.
you know that his lawyer told him to do that?
He told us.
He actually told us.
Okay. All right. Before we go any further, Ms. Costello, what is your position here regarding standing?
Oh, well, they occupy the property, whether they have the lease or not, I mean, are they squatters? I don't know. We can't, that's not what is at issue here today. The issue is that the property isn't safe.
Okay.
And presently they occupy that property.
Okay. All right. Mr. Pincus?
I just wanted to confirm, I think Mr. Inspector Williams said he was out at the property today or yesterday.
We
I
don't
was
know.
out. Sorry.
Mr. Williams, please respond.
I was not able to gain access. The only person that's been there was the original inspector. And I believe the last time she was there was when she delivered the intent to cease.
So you don't know if there's heat in the property today or not?
No, only from what the owner has said, that he hasn't fixed anything. But I have no confirmation with regards to actually being inside the residence.
If I may, it just sounds like this Mr. Williams went out there and sort of falsified who he was, took their money, and has disappeared into the woodwork. And then the owner discovers that somebody went out and put out a notice on Craigslist, collects the money from some unsuspecting people and disappears. And so they're the victims of Josh Williams.
I think Mr. Pincus, though, there are legal proceedings regarding this presently going on, and we can stipulate to that because it is public record. And they're happening in the Court of Common Pleas, and it's an ejectment action. And that matter will go to trial. The only thing that we're here to do today for LNI's purposes is we can't have people living in a property in the winter that have no heat and they don't have appliances. There's no stove. So that was why the cease was issued. In regards to their legal situation, whether they should be in that property or not, like that will be decided by a Court of Common Pleas judge.
Oh, I understand.
Okay.
Question, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
And this is to Ms. Was Brandy and Hannah? Do y'all have heat now?
We have plug-in heaters. We let the owner be aware of that. Actually, I want to tell you, in November, when
Wait.
You respond to the question, okay?
You have plug-in heaters.
Yes.
You just went to the store and brought some?
Yes.
Okay, now here's my next question to you. You said you moved in on 11/18/22, right?
10/18/22.
Did it have heat then?
Yes.
Did it have a
My
stove
issue
then?
is that the owner turned off the heat trying to do a self-help eviction.
Objection, there's no, this is not relevant to these proceedings and there's no basis for that. We don't have the owner here to testify. We have no idea.
My questions are relevant to this decision.
Okay.
That's what I'm asking. I'm trying to find out about heat and whether they have appliances now because the inspector haven't been back.
Okay. And I guess the question, Mr. Washington, that you were asking, leading to was that were there appliances in the apartments when they moved in?
Yes.
Was that the case, Ms. Smith or Ms. Davis?
There was.
Okay. All right.
Owner came and removed the appliances in November.
Could you repeat that,
It was the
please?
same day that we suddenly had no heat or hot water.
Please, your name and repeat the answer, please.
My name is Brandy Davis.
Yes.
Yes, we did have appliances when we moved in on 10/18/22. The owner came and removed the appliances the same day that we lost heat and hot water.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Washington, does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. It does.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for
Yes.
Inspector Williams.
Yes.
Inspector Williams, what do you have listed in your notes as the owner's name?
I don't, what was listed in the notes is not there because the inspector didn't put those notes there. What was listed on the sheet as the owner was a Mr. Marlton, I believe it is. I think I put it on the case file, but
All
that
right,
was
thank
who
you.
Mr. Mr.
I'm gonna
Tennant,
redirect that
I
to
can,
Ms. Costello. Thank you. Thank
yeah,
you,
Miss-
Inspector Williams.
Mr. Tennant, I can stipulate for the record. The original violation notices were issued to Mercado Dasman, who was the previous owner. There is a deed that is public record from October for the new owner, who is Quayman Moreland.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, Ms. Costello, if you don't have anything else, I'd like to ask Ms. Smith or Ms. Davis to state their case in terms of their role in this thing and what they hope to accomplish through this appeal.
I have
you have anything?
I have no further questions for Inspector Williams.
Okay, thank you. All right, then I'd like to hear from Ms. Brandy Smith and also from Ms. Hannah Smith and Ms. Brandy Davis. So just state your name and then tell us, the board, what it is that you'd like to accomplish in this hearing.
My name is Brandy Davis.
Okay,
What we would like to accomplish is to either make the owner turn the heat back on while we're in the process of court about whether or not we belong here, or give us some extra time, because like I said, he stole all of our belongings, including our work supplies. So we had to go out and get new jobs, and we are not financially able to pay somebody else a new first, last, and security yet. So we need a little bit more time. We don't plan on staying here. But, you know, basically he was trying to do a self-help eviction, and I want him to be held accountable.
okay. Okay, but I'm not clear on something. This issue of work material, what are you referencing?
Oh, I'm referencing all of my husband's a subcontractor and he does painting and renovations, and I work with him. All of his work tools, including everything else that belonged to us, was removed and thrown out the day after we arrived.
Okay,
When
all
you
right.
say
So we had to
everything,
go get new jobs.
was this
that
your
took a
clo,
while.
when you say everything else, was this your clothing?
Everything, everything, our furniture, our clothing, our medicine, our IDs, everything was removed from the house one day after we got here. And then when the appliances were moved 2 to 3 weeks later, that was when the hot water and the heat got turned off the same day.
Okay, now how long were you away from the apartment when this all occurred?
One day,
What does one day mean? From 6 a.m. to what time? Give me some time frame.
okay, we were gone from about 9 o'clock in the morning until 8 or so in the evening. We were all at work. When we came back, we found out the locks had been changed and we couldn't gain access.
Okay, and what about Miss Smith? Do you tell me what you have expectations of for this hearing?
I'm Hannah Smith. I'm also expecting either just some more time. I just got myself a job, you know, after losing everything. It hit me emotionally, and I had to take some time. Sorry. So I just got myself a new job. I just need some time, or, you know, just either the heat being back on until ejectment court, one or the other.
Or extension.
No one can speak while Miss Davis, Miss Smith is testifying, because the court report is trying to record every word.
I apologize.
Are you
Continue.
living in the property or are you living somewhere else now?
I am still in the property.
But they changed the locks. How did you get in?
I contacted law enforcement on October, I believe the 23rd. On the October 25th, I called them again. We actually waited hours outside because they were going to bring a community relations officer to come let us in. However, they did not come after 3 hours of waiting. So we just returned back to my other aunt's place to spend the night. Stayed in an Airbnb for a few days. And then I called them back and I said, what is your advice? On the 26th, they told me the best thing to do is to go in ourselves. The back window was open And we went in and we waited for the law enforcement to come out again because we tripped the alarm. And that's when we talked to them and we told them everything, how this was advised.
Who was we, Ms. Smith?
We is me, Hannah Smith, Brandy Davis, and David Smith.
So all of you are operating as a group, meaning you all went to your aunt's house to live for a short period overnight?
Yeah, overnight.
And you all went to an Airbnb together to live?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any blood relations among that group?
Yes.
What is that?
Brandy Davis is my blood aunt, and her husband, well, they've been together for 10 years, is my uncle.
Okay. All right. And the two of you decided to rent a house, or is it the whole house you were renting, or separate apartments in the house?
It's separate apartments in the house. This is actually unit 1 of 2. There's actually new neighbors upstairs who moved in around December of last year.
And so they also experiencing no heat, etc.
No, they actually have heat and hot water. Yes, everything.
Also,
They have
oh,
appliances, everything.
so your unit is the only unit that doesn't have heat or hot water.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Costello, is the issue of the cease, is that just for one unit or the whole building?
The issue of the, I mean, it's my understanding that it's for 1218 West Airdrie Street, apartment 1. So it would just be that unit.
Okay. And Mr. Anthony Williams, how many units did you identify when you were there?
There were 2.
2 units? Okay. Any other questions?
Before we vote, I'd like to ask, maybe we could convene an executive session.
Sure. Okay, let's do that. We're gonna go off the record at 6:39. At 6:45, we will return on the record. Thank you. Either Miss Smith or Miss Davis, when is your common police court hearing date scheduled?
I'm Hannah Smith. We currently do not have a date. They said it'll just be put into April court date. They did not send us a date yet. They actually want us to talk to our landlord to see if we can resolve it before then.
Is there a hearing? Is there someone working with you to negotiate a settlement in this?
No one's really negotiating with us. They just said if we want to settle it before April, to talk to his lawyer.
So you have something scheduled for April, is that it?
Yes,
You believe?
yes.
Okay. Okay, all right. Ms. Costello, any final argument?
We would just say that there's no hot water, there's no heat in the property, and there's no stove appliances, and that would be the basis to cease this property. So we would ask for a city affirm to the violations and that the property be ceased.
Okay, Ms. Costello, any way for you to confirm or not the sort of pending matter in common police court?
So I've already looked on the docket for this matter, and it is public record, and they're correct. It is in the trial pool for April, but that does not mean that it will be scheduled for April. It could be scheduled for sometime in the summer or even the fall.
Okay.
Ms. Costello, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
If the apartment on the second floor is okay, the apartment on the first floor is not okay, are we seeing cease operations for the entire building?
No, it was just a cease, I believe, for that apartment. Apartment 1.
Okay, all right, thank you. I think I got it.
Got it.
Okay, we'll poll the board regarding HA-2022-005196, Hannah and David Smith and Brandy Davis.
Mr. Chairman, I have a
Yes, sir.
question.
Yes,
If there are no utilities in this apartment and there's no stove, how are you handling your personal care and your meals?
you're muted.
This is Brandy Davis. So what we did was we bought our own hot water heaters. We bought our own plug-in heaters. We got another refrigerator. we have a microwave, and we have plug-in grills to cook with.
What about water?
Hot water, and we bought more appliances.
I have a question, Mr. Chair. when you
Yeah.
get a chance. You brought a hot water heater. What size and where did you install it?
It's actually, Brandy Davis, it's actually a plug-in one that we got from Amazon and had it delivered. What we do is we plug it in, and the end of it, there's a switch where you just immerse it in the water and it heats up the water for you.
So it's a portable hot water heater. So I'll just say you fill the sink or the tub and then you immerse it and plug it in.
Correct.
That seems a little dangerous, directly being plugged into an outlet into water.
And you aren't paying utilities for the apartment?
Actually, no, we were paying Pico for the electric, but there was an incident where they were called out because the owner, Quamon, was actually stealing electric from us to run in the basement. So Pico let Quamon know that he could not do that in the basement, in the common areas, run off our electric. So now he's responsible for the bill.
So you have some interaction with him.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Let me repeat that. HA-2022-005196, Hannah and David Smith and Brandy Davis, 1218 West Airdrie Street, SAIRDRIE Street. City affirmed with a 90-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed 90-day stay.
City affirmed with a 90-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed with a 90-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed with a 90-day stay of enforcement.
Thank you very much. We will confirm the city's violation notice. However, we give you a 90-day stay before they can take any additional enforcement action. You have a super complex case. What you really wanted us to do, we can't do. We don't have the authority to do what you wanted, but we think that gives you a little room, and good luck.
It
Thank you
does.
very much.
Thank you
Okay.
so much.
All right, have a good night.
You too.
What's the next matter?
I think it should be the last one, number 45.
And I'm sorry, members of the board, can I just move to enter my exhibits?
Oh, sure. So move.
So for 1218 West Airdrie Street, exhibit A and B, and for 37 South 60th Street, exhibits A and B for the city.
Okay. So move.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. What's the final matter, Mr. Wade?
Number 45, hearing appeal number HA 2023-000363. Anthony Cason, 1816 North 27th Street.
Who's representing the city?
Good evening, members of the board. Michelle Reinhardt for City of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon, Ms. Reinhardt. Who's representing the appellant?
I'm representing myself. I would just like to ask for like 2 minutes to get in the house.
Who are you?
Anthony Casson.
Okay, all right. You'll have a
if I
minute and a
can-
half, sir, but we have to conclude these hearings.
Oh yeah, I'm running into the house now, and I've been on here since 1:15.
Okay, let's do this. We read the matter into
Nah.
Okay, you have a witness, Ms. Reinhardt?
I do. Inspector Battle is here. If you would like to swear her in.
Yes, I'll do that now
Done.
while we're waiting. And Inspector Battle?
Oh, shoot. I don't know how to. Yes, I'm here. I'm trying to turn. Here it is. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi,
Would you raise
Inspector
your right
Battle.
hand, please? Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down. Okay, Mr. Anthony Casson, correct. Sir, are you a resident at this location, 1816 North 27th Street?
Yes,
Pardon me?
yes.
Okay, do you have a lease for an apartment there?
My mom did.
Is your mom still live there?
No, my mom passed away about 2 years ago.
And so you've been living there for 2 years without a lease.
Actually, I lived there before then. I'm going on like my 5th or 6th year there.
Chairman, if
Okay,
I
is your
may
name on
clarify.
any, okay, is your name on any document, sir?
Yes, my name, my gas bill, my electric
Okay.
bill.
Okay, raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear affirm the testimony that you give tonight will be the truth so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Reinhardt, you have any issues with standing in this matter?
I do not. It's the city's position that he is an occupant, so has standing for this hearing.
Okay, thank you. Let's proceed.
So this is an appeal from a notice of intent to cease due to a lack of utilities at the property. You have already sworn in Inspector Battle, so I'm going to call her for the first witness.
Thank you.
Inspector Battle, can you please introduce yourself with your name and position?
My name is Inspector Battle, License and Inspection, Code Enforcement.
And what are your typical duties?
To enforce the Philadelphia Property Maintenance Code.
So we're here today for 1816 North 27th Street. What brought you initially to this property?
There was a complaint that came in regarding the property being vacant and open to a potential squatter with, the initial complaint said that there were 4 dogs that come in and out of that property from the rear. So that's what brought me out to the property.
How did you investigate that complaint?
So the first day, I went out to the property on January the 9th to do my first inspection. When I went out to the property, I knocked on the door, no one came. There's a lot on the side of the property, so I proceeded to try to go in the lot as far as possible so I can see the rear. That first initial inspection, I always perform 2 inspections before I take any action. Because no one answered the door and I didn't see any animals in the rear. I did not act on that first inspection. I waited a couple of days and then I came back to the property. And that's when I saw the dogs in the back of the property. Well, there was 1 dog at the time.
So what brought us here today is you issued a notice of violation for a lack of utilities. How did you find that out?
So I contacted PICO to see if there was a legal account for the property due to the fact that it was reported that a squatter was there. So that's the first thing that I would do. I check with PICO to see if there's any usage. When I initially called back on the 9th, which it might not have been the actual 9th, it probably was a day or so later, the next day, PICO did tell me that there was no active account. So at that time, that's what, I consult with my supervisor and we move forward with doing a second inspection and then issuing the intent. Due to the fact that there was a dog there that looks like, it was cared for. And the reports that there was an individual going in and out of the property.
Okay, I am going to share my screen with what has been previously marked City Exhibit 1. Let me know when you are able to see Exhibit 1 on your screen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You just need to magnify it a bit, just a bit. Okay.
Okay. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This looks like the property from the OPA, the property history with the taxes and information regarding the property.
And when you say the information regarding the property, does that include the owner's name and mailing address?
So the owners, that is the owner's name, and that address, and when I did research and sent the information to research to see if I can obtain additional mailing or names for the owner of the property, there was another address, mailing address for the property owner that was returned back from the research department. Because the address listed there is the property's address.
As part of your investigation and the research, do you have an opinion whether the owners named on this document, Arthur and Alberta Green, are still alive?
In my opinion, I do not think that these individuals are probably still alive, due to the fact that there is no current water bill. Well, the water bill that's there's no current usage. So that would mean that the current person staying in the property does not have any water, and that it hasn't been paid in almost three years.
Okay, we can talk about the water bill in just a minute. I'm gonna finish just with this briefly. And note that, are you able to see the sale date of the property in the middle of the screen? Can you read that year?
1956.
Okay. I'm moving down to what has been previously marked City Exhibit 2. This is the notice of violation and order to correct dated January 12th, 2023. Did you issue this notice?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about what the violations are.
The first violation that you see listed there is for in order to restore water and legal electricity to the property, due to, at the time of my research, neither was on legally.
Okay. And in approximately the middle of the page, it gives a date requiring compliance as February 15th, 2023. What were your expectations of what would be done by that time?
I'm sorry, where did you see that date? Oh, so this would have been the initial notice that goes out to the property owner, which tells them that they have to take action on these violations, or we will move further with action. So that's why that date is there, and it's a system generated date.
Okay. Moving on to, and this notice of violation you indicated earlier was sent to 2 different addresses because there was a second address identified for the property owners?
Correct.
Okay, moving on to what has been previously marked City Exhibit 3. This is a copy of a water bill. Can you tell us what you learned from the water bill?
So what I learned from the water bill is that, as you can see, you look down to that right-hand corner where the usage history is there. You see there's these months where a peak in service, and then there's the service level, there's none. That shows us that there's no water usage in the property. So it looks like there's just a stormwater charge. There's no service actually being used at the property.
Okay, moving on to what has been previously marked City Exhibit 4. This is a notice of intent to cease the property dated January 11th, 2023. Did you issue this as well?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us why?
This is the notice that we give them first to notify them that, hey, there is deficiencies with the property and it's not fit for human occupancy because of the lack of utilities.
And would it be fair to say that the concern is danger to health, safety, and welfare?
Yes.
I believe you noted previously that the concern was both that the utilities were off and also that there may be improper hookups to the utilities. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct. And therefore, I was unable to get inside the property to assure that these things are hooked up properly to prevent fire. So I do believe that is a safety and welfare issue with the property.
Did you notice any utility meters on the outside of the property?
Yes, there is, because I do have a photo of the front of the property, and I do believe there is a picture of the water meter. No, I'm sorry, not water meter. The Pico meter is located on the front of the property.
Okay. Were you able to access either the water or the electric meters?
The electric meter is located on the front exterior of the property. Water is interior, so no, I was not able to access that.
Did you notice if the electric meter was on?
No, I did not. However, when you follow the pole up, it does not look like the wiring is connected as it should be. So that's what kind of led me to believe in the beginning that the electricity was possibly hooked up illegally.
Okay, and is that opinion based on your knowledge and experience working on the job?
That is correct.
Okay. So turning back to this notice of intent to seize, it is indicated here that it was sent to the occupant. How did you do that?
So when we generate these notices of intent to cease, one is hand delivered to the occupant and one is sent by US mail to the owner. So usually when I go out to post the blue unfit poster, this notice of intent to cease accompanies it. And we put it in the door if we are unable to make contact with the occupant.
And did you do that on the day this notice is dated?
That is correct. The poster had been posted to the door on the 11th in the afternoon, as well as there's a mail slot on the front door. A city official envelope was placed in the mailbox for the occupant.
In approximately the middle of this document, it says cease operations will become effective January 20th, 2023. Did that happen?
Yes, I arrived to the property on January the 20th in the morning, about 9:30, and the occupant was coming out. So that was the first time I was able to actually speak to him in regards to what's going on at the property. And I informed him that I am here today. Clean and Seal unit was on their way to board up the property. And that's when he came out and, talked to me about him being an occupant of the property and different things like that. And I had to let him know that, we're here to close up the property because you're not legally supposed to be here.
Did you in fact seize that property that day?
It was not ceased that day due to the occupant filing an appeal.
Is that the appeal that we're here for today, just for the record?
That is correct.
Okay, and when you refer to the occupant, do you mean Mr. Kassan, who is here today?
Yes, I apologize, Mr. Kassan.
My understanding is that there were subsequent communications after the appeal was filed, and you reviewed additional utility bills. Can you tell us about your review and any opinions that you have?
So I also reviewed the city's tax bill to see when that was last paid, which I do understand that sometimes people don't always get a chance to, pay the tax bill on time, but the tax bill was behind 3 years.
I apologize. My question was not specific. Did you review any utility bills as a result of additional communications after this appeal was filed?
Yes, there was a gas bill that was considerably, high. I'm not an expert at reading the gas usage bill, but when I contacted PGW, I was informed by PGW that the account is active because they can't get in to change the meter. So they don't know if there's any usage due to the fact that the meter is not reading correctly.
Okay. Through your additional communications and review, do you have any information about the current status of the water, whether it is on or off?
The water is currently not on. There is no legal usage account for the property.
Okay. I have no further questions for Inspector Battle at this time.
Okay, Mr. Kassan, do you have a specific question for Inspector Battle based on her testimony? Given that you can present your case after you've done that, but do you have a specific question?
No, she's been very helpful.
Okay, all right, thank you. Anything else, Ms. Reinhardt?
Not at this time.
Okay, Mr. Kassan, we have a couple questions for you.
Mr. Chair, I just have one question for Inspector Battle. Just
Yes.
one.
Yes.
When you looked at the PGW bill, who name was it in?
So Mr. Kassan is a junior. The bill does have Anthony Kassan on it, but I do not have a copy of the bill. But I don't want to be 100% and say whether it had junior on it opposed to senior. I do know that it had the name Anthony Kassan.
But you don't know whether Anthony Kassan, senior or junior, has connection with the building.
That is correct.
No more questions.
Thank you. Mr. Kassan, how many people live in the building where you reside?
It's me.
Just you, how many apartments in that building?
It was a rooming house.
How many rooms?
5.
5. Who do you pay your rent to?
I pay rent since a little after my mom. No, a little before my mom died. My mom was paying rent. I wasn't paying rent.
So who was she paying rent to?
Leonard Davis.
Okay. When did she die?
My mom died a week before Mother's Day, 2021.
Okay. And why haven't you paid rent to anyone?
Because from my knowledge, Mr. Leonard has died also during Corona. He was elderly himself.
Okay. And his wife, she's not around?
No, that's actually how he got the house. Alberta and Arthur Green is his wife's mother and father.
Okay.
I got the house and yeah.
Okay. So at the moment, you don't have any lease with you don't know if anybody has taken responsibility for the property?
No.
Okay. Do you have electricity in your unit?
Yes.
How did you gain access to a Pico?
May I share my screen?
Sure.
All right, give me one here. Bill And for the application, me having everything on illegally, I never did that.
Can you, can you magnify that? Mr. Kassan, can you magnify that? Actually, we're gonna have to ask you to stop sharing your screen because it's interfering with your Wi-Fi. We can't hear anything you're saying. So if you take that off, please.
My mom had a job.
Mr. Kassan, would you take that off, please? Because we can't hear you.
Hold on, give me a second.
Okay. Mr. Kassan, your Wi-Fi isn't permitting you to share a screen and talk. So just tell us what it's, who was that bill, whose name was on that bill? Okay.
Me, I got proof. Look, can I
Now listen, answer some questions. Answer some questions for me. Do you have water? Hot water?
No.
No hot water?
No.
Okay. Do you have gas?
Yes.
Okay. And you have access to heat. You have heat in the building?
Yes.
Okay. What else do you want to share with us?
What was it? The water bill? They said is it has to be restored legally. The only reason why it was like 2 months of non-usage is because I had got incarcerated in May 10th, and I had got out, and that's why. And before I got incarcerated, my mom had already died. I was already living alone. So if I'm incarcerated and I don't live with nobody, of course, it's not going to have water. But as you see, I came home in August and I started living there again. Came home, that's my probation address, all that. And as you can see, I started using it again. And then I lost track of bills, and now it's strictly off of payment. It's not nothing on illegally. No electric is on illegally. My electric bill was high. I went through county assistance. I got 2 grants for $1,000 each that paid my bill. My bill right now to this day is $51. The only thing that's not in my name is the water, and I'm still paying that. And I got that on bank statements where any little couple dollars, I got a side job for big brother, little brother. I do moving, demolition, clean outs, things like that. So I get paid, like, I probably get 2-3 days out the week, but I get a little $80. I take that to Rite Aid, I put it on my card, and I try to put to this gas bill in a matter of time that y'all giving me. But that's the only thing about my house. I got to catch up on gas. The gas is on legally. The electric is on legally. I pay that every month. That's the only thing that's not on is the water. And that just got cut off. It's only been off for like a month now.
Yeah, so it's off now?
Yes, sir. But it's legally cut off.
Okay, it's legally cut off, but will they turn it on again if you are not the owner of the property?
Yes, and they told me once I get the balance paid, then it could go in my name. She can transfer it into my name, but I have to go under occupancy. I can't go under the owner. It's a tag that going to the ownership, and I can get it in my name. But she said I have to pay down the balance first.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have any questions?
I have a quick question, if the board doesn't have any first.
Yes, please.
Mr. Kassan, are you in the property now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I think I just saw someone walk behind, or I'm seeing someone walking behind you. Are there other people in the property as well?
Right now, I'm at my uncle's house because there's Wi-Fi. I don't have Wi-Fi at my house, and I wanted this connection was stable.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. That was my only question.
Okay. So we have an issue though, no water, which is an occupancy issue in terms of safe and sound occupancy. Ms. Reinhardt, do you have any other questions regarding, you introduced the issue of the owner being deceased, but the estate is responsible for the property. So I guess it's up to them to connect with any tenants, correct?
Yes, I'm not aware of the owner still, or I apologize, I just had a computer issue. Can you still hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. We can see you. Everything's fine.
Okay, thank you. I apologize for that. I have not had any information of the owner taking responsibility for the conditions of this property, and we don't have any information at this point in time in order to get a hold of whoever that may be.
Okay. Ms. Battle, question for you. Is the property closed up, meaning that it's locked up? It doesn't, does anyone casually have access, or is it locked? The door's locked, the windows locked, closed?
The front, there is a front door with lock. There is a back door. I'm not sure if it's a lock because there's a fence there where I cannot see clearly to the back door. But the basement window, which faces the property sidewalk, there is a piece of plywood on that. The front window is broken and all the windows around the side are broken out.
Do you have photographs? You have photographs for us tonight?
Yes, there should be photographs in the case file of the condition of the way the property looks.
Ms. Reinhardt, do you have those? You didn't introduce them.
I did not, because we were here to discuss the utility service.
Oh, I thought we were doing a cease operations.
Yes, based on the utilities. If you would like me to pull up additional information based on the broken windows, I can do that as well.
Well, you're presenting your case. It's up to you. You asking us to condone and support your cease and to put someone out of the property. So if you're convinced, you need to show us that it's not habitable. So he's showing us information regarding access to at least electric. He's admitted on the record that he doesn't have water, but he has a plan to pay it off. So if there's other reasons to cease the property, what is that? If you don't have that, that's okay, but it's your case.
I mean, at this point in time, he's admitted that he does not have water in the property. If you would like, I can continue to ask more information, or could I have the opportunity to ask a few more questions?
Okay, but we're still hours very late, so let's wrap this up.
Of course. Mr. Kassan, you indicated that when you get the opportunity, you have been paying toward the water bill. Can you tell us what the outstanding amount is today?
Right now, it's only 2,000. I done knocked it down from like 2,600 to 2,000. And honestly, I only really need like 30 days. I got family members right now. I don't have no family members in Philadelphia. I'm originally from Dover, Delaware. My mom had moved up here, got a house or whatever. I moved up here with her. So but my family, they respects my independency. Like, I mean, my mom made it up here by herself. So like me, when she died, just up and quit and moved back with my family. So my family respects my independency. So they're willing to help. The only thing is I'm probably asking for like 30 days. Tax time coming around, I got family members that's gonna help me with that. And my injuries from incarceration, I got shot upon mistaken identity. So I'm waiting on disability and doctor's office from that. So really, honestly, I'm really waiting for taxes to land. I have a child and like he hasn't been able to come spend the weekend with me. Like I got the game system, like, and on the inside, it's plush. Like the floor is done. I did floors. I hung TVs up, painted, all that. It's just like, you know what I mean, the bills. And I just asked in like 30 days and I can have all that up to date and proof of whatever. But for right now, like my gas and my electric is on, and my electric is only behind $51. I'm on live programs and all that for all my bills.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Reinhardt?
Yes. Do you currently have a job?
Except for Big Brother and Little Brother, that's on call. But like a 9 to 5 every day, no. And honestly, that's why I'm quick on like these doctor's appointments. Like I got shot in my back and my chest and stuff. So like standing on feet and like I be having nerve problems and all that. So I'm not really like looking for like a real work setting or like, I mean, I'm cool with under the table. That's couple hours a day. He paid me $80. And like I said, I go straight to Rite Aid, put it on my Chime card and pay a bill or pay what I can pay. I get food stamps, so I do eat. Like I get SNAP benefits, so I do eat.
So it sounds like you're paying the water bill, which is approximately $2,000 off in small increments at a time. But it does not sound like you would be able to accumulate $2,000 by the time that you're asking for. Is that fair?
2 family members already have filed their taxes, and it's when they filed it was 2 weeks, and that was probably like a week and a half ago. And she really knows my situation. This is my older cousin, and she know like I really don't got the help up here, so she's definitely gonna come through. And if not, the 30 days, like you know, I just have to deal with the consequences. But that's I know for a fact it's going to be done in 30 days. I'm just not to be homeless or have to move back to Delaware with family.
So the inspector expressed concern about whether the hookups for the utilities were, legal, safe, and appropriate. But so far, she has not been able to get access into the building in order to confirm anything. Is that something that you would agree to allow?
Yes, as soon as possible.
Okay. It would be my request then for that to happen this week. So that Inspector Battle would be able to confirm that and resolve, if possible, that aspect of the safety concern.
Okay. And for the windows, I just had a ex-girlfriend that just was breaking my stuff.
Okay, Ms. Reinhardt, does your request for reinspection change your position in terms of the disposition of this matter?
It does not, because there's still no water in this property, and the lack of utilities is the basis for the cease. But in addition, it would resolve some of the concerns for some of the other utilities that our understanding is that they're on, but the concern is whether they were properly, safely, and effectively hooked up.
Okay, well, Ms. Battle, did you ask PECO to come inspect the electrical hookup?
I did not ask PECO to come out to inspect. Usually if we call, and this has just been a previous, if we call and say that we have suspicion of an illegal hookup, a lot of times they will just send a crew out, but they won't come back and tell us yes or no, or if they fixed it or whatever. So I would have to call back to try to follow up on that.
Okay,
but
they will probably, if it's illegal, they will disconnect.
Right, they usually just cut it.
Okay, all righty, thank you. If there's nothing else, call to vote on HA-2023-000-363, Anthony Casson, 1816 North 27th Street. City affirm a 60-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed 60-day stay.
City affirmed 60-day stay of enforcement.
Yes, I'd like to go on record for us. City affirms 60-day stay of enforcement with a reinspection with Ms. Battle of this week.
Okay.
Thank you.
City affirms 60-day stay of enforcement.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to amend the vote to incorporate the reinspection this week. If that my colleagues will concur with that, we will enter that into the record. Does anyone object to that? If not, we'll enter that into the record. Thank you very much.
If I may also just introduce exhibits 1 through 4 that we have already gone over into the record as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That so noted, they will be entered into the record. I think that concludes our business for tonight. Does anyone have any need for executive session? If not, we will say goodnight to everyone from this.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain to Mr. Casson?
Oh, yes, my apologies. Yes, he's still here. Mr. Casson, what we did, we confirmed the city's position of city affirmed, but we gave you 60 days Okay, for them to before they can take any additional enforcement action, okay?
Okay, thank
So
you.
that gives you 60 days with all your various contacts to get that water bill taken care of, okay?
Mr. Chair, can I make sure that he also understand he have to give access to Inspector Battle? I think Ms. Reinhardt said by the end of the week.
Yes, she did.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
And
Mr.
it's
Kassan,
also-
make
it's
sure you
also-
can,
It's also my understanding that there's a delinquent real estate tax bill. He's not the owner of the property. The city could at some point initiate a real estate tax lien sale.
yeah, that's
Correctly.
yeah, that's a potential risk, Mr. Mr. Kassan, that you run here. But in the meantime, I think make sure you get in touch with Ms. Battle and vice versa, so that the two of you can work out a date for the inspection. Okay.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you,
Mr.
everyone.
Chair,
Yeah. Oh,
um,
yes, sir.
just to answer your question, January 2022 was the new tire dealership license enacted.
Ah, okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr.
You're
Woods, I
welcome.
have one quick.
Yes.
We had two decisions on the record very early on. One was an appeal. We denied hearing it on timeliness, and the other one we denied because the lack of standing.
Yes.
I don't believe I fill out vote sheets for those. I recorded the record for the appeal denied. Okay.
Mr. Kassan is still on, perhaps he can.
Mr. Kassan, you're free to go, Mr. Kassan. We're finished. Okay.
Ms. Battle also.
Ms. Battle, you're also free to go. Ms.
Thank you. Have a
Reinhardt,
good
please have a good
evening.
night. Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you. Do the same.
Okay.
Hold on. How do I get out of here? Leave.
Okay. I think that's it. I'm a little frustrated in this last case, but I won't say anything.
I think we're off the record.
Mr. Kelly can
Go
go.
off.
Mr.
We're
Kelly,
off the
you're
record?
done. Yeah. Well, let's do this. Mr. Wade, can you put us in the chat room, please? Can you give us
Yeah,
that?
you all have it.
Yeah, let's go into the breakout room.
Can I stop the recording?
Yes.
Yes.